لرنڈ سکلز ہیں, آلریڈی ہمارا ایکوائرڈ ایکسپیرینس ہے, وہ ارریلیونٹ ہو جائے گا اور ہم اس سے سفر کریں گے. سو پریپیئرنگ دا اسٹیک ہولڈرز از ویری امپارٹنٹ. دین ری ڈیفائننگ دا بزنس پروسیسز, جو آپ کے آلریڈی بزنس پروسیسز ہیں یا بزنس ماڈلز ہیں, ہو سکتا ہے وہ نئی ٹیکنالوجی کے ساتھ سنک نہ کرتے ہوں, اس کے ساتھ وہ انٹیگریٹ نہ ہوتے ہوں. سو یو مے نیڈ ٹو ری ڈیفائن یور بزنس پروسیسز فار اسموتھ انٹیگریشن ود دا ٹیکنالوجی. اینڈ دین آف کورس یو نیڈ ٹو ایگزیکیوٹ دا چینج. جو بھی آپ نے چینج کا پلان بنایا ہے اس کو ایگزیکیوٹ کرنا ہے, اس کو امپلیمنٹ کرنا ہے. اینڈ سپورٹنگ این ایکو سسٹم اینڈ انٹیگریٹنگ دا چینج ان ٹو آرگنائزیشنل کلچر. یعنی پیپل شوڈ اڈاپٹ اٹ ہول ہارٹیڈلی اینڈ اٹ شوڈ بیکم اے کلچر آف. یعنی فار ایگزامپل مجھے یاد ہے کہ جب ہم نے فرسٹ ٹائم UIMS امپلیمنٹ کیا تھا اپنے یہاں پہ اس یونیورسٹی میں, ڈاکٹر خالد خان صاحب اس وقت وائس چانسلر تھے, تو ہم نے اسٹارٹ اس بات سے کیا تھا کہ ہر جو رپورٹ چاہیے ہوتی تھی ڈیسیجن میکنگ کے لیے, وی وڈ آسک آر پیپل ٹو برنگ دا رپورٹ جنریٹڈ بائی دا UIMS. یعنی یہ نہیں کہ UIMS بھی ہے, ایک مینجمنٹ سسٹم بھی آپ نے ڈپلوائے کر لیا ہے, اور پھر اسی طرح سے پیپر کے اوپر مینولی پریپیئرڈ ایکسل شیٹس یا ورڈ اور اس طرح کے جو لسٹ وسٹ تھیں اس طرح کی چیزیں آپ لے کر آئیں. نہیں, جنریٹ رپورٹس فرام. تو جب آپ یہ ریکوائر کرنا شروع کرتے ہیں تو پیپل اسٹارٹ لرننگ, پیپل اسٹارٹ اڈاپٹنگ. تو آپ نے گریجولی ایک وہ جو کلچر ہے پھر وہ ڈیولپ کرنا ہے کہ جو اس چینج کو اپنے اندر سمو لے اور وہ اس کا ایک انٹیگرل پارٹ جو بن جائے. اینڈ مانیٹرنگ دا ریزلٹس اینڈ اسٹرائیونگ فار کنٹینیوس امپروومنٹ. یعنی ضروری نہیں کہ جو ایک آپ نے کوئی سلوشن اڈاپٹ کر لیا ہے وہ فار ایور, اٹ مے ناٹ ریمین گڈ فار ایور. سو آپ کو کنٹینیوس امپروومنٹ کرنے کی ضرورت ہوتی ہے. اپنے اسٹاف کو, اپنے جو اسٹیک ہولڈرز ہیں ان کو ٹرین کرنے کی بھی ضرورت ہوتی ہے, سسٹم کو بھی امپروو کرنے کی ضرورت ہوتی ہے, ریسورسز کو بڑھانے کی ضرورت ہوتی ہے. تو اور مانیٹر کرتے رہیں ریزلٹس کو کہ ویدر اٹ از ورکنگ ایز اٹ واز ڈیزائرڈ ٹو ورک اور ناٹ. ابھی ہمارا جو کنٹمپریری ڈیجیٹل انوائرمنٹ ہے وہ کیا ہے؟ آپ لوگ جو یہاں پہ ینگر جنریشن کے لوگ بیٹھے ہیں, اسٹوڈنٹس بیٹھے ہیں, آپ کو شاید اتنا آئیڈیا نہ ہو جتنی جو یہ ٹرانسفارمیٹیو یا ریولوشنری چینج سے ہماری جنریشن یا ہمارے سے پہلی جنریشن گزری ہے. ہم جو دیہاتوں میں پیدا ہوئے, جہاں بجلی نہیں تھی, جہاں ٹیلی ویژن نہیں تھا, جہاں ٹیلی فون نہیں تھا, اور اس ایرا سے ایوالو کرتے ہوئے اس چھوٹی سی لائف میں آج کے جو کمیونیکیشن ہے فار ایگزامپل یا باقی ٹیکنالوجیز ہیں ان تک پہنچنا, اٹس اے ہیل آف یو نو اٹس اے ہول ریولیوشن. تو ابھی جو ہمارے ارد گرد کا ڈیجیٹل انوائرمنٹ ہے وہ بھی بہت تیزی سے ایوالو ہو رہا ہے, اور پچھلے 2-3 سالوں میں جو AI نے ایک طوفان برپا کیا ہے اور جس طرح سے تبدیلیاں آئی ہیں پورے سسٹم کے اندر وہ ان امیجنیبل ہے. اور اس سے زیادہ سپیڈ کے ساتھ اور اس سے زیادہ ریڈیکل چینجز جو ہیں وہ آنے والے سالوں میں آنے والی ہیں جو آپ سب لوگ وٹنس کریں گے. سو ہمارا جو contemporary digital environment ہے that actually revolves around artificial intelligence and machine learning. اور مشین لرننگ میں بھی یا آرٹیفیشیل انٹیلیجنس میں بھی جب وہ ہم اٹانومس مشینز کی بات کرتے ہیں کہ یہ مشینز خود بخود فیصلہ کریں گی اور وہ اسی طرح سے سیکھنا شروع کر دیں گی, ان کی لرننگ اسی طرح سے ایوالو ہونا شروع کر دے گی جیسے ہیومن لرننگ ایکسپیرینس کے ساتھ امپروو ہوتی ہے اور ایوالو ہوتی ہے. پھر بلاک چینز کے بارے میں آپ نے سنا ہوگا, ڈیجیٹل فائنینس کے بارے میں سنا ہوگا, ڈسٹریبیوٹیڈ یا ڈی سینٹرلائزڈ فائنینس کے بارے میں آپ نے سنا ہوگا. ٹوکنامکس ہے, یعنی وہ جو ڈیجیٹل کرنسیز ہیں, ٹوکنز ہیں, مختلف جو ایکو سسٹمز ہیں وہ اپنے اپنے ٹوکنز, اپنے اپنے کوائنز جو ہیں وہ لانچ کر رہے ہیں, اور ان ایکو سسٹمز کے اندر کام کرنے کے لیے آپ کو I mean, it's like in the past when we went to a different country, we needed to have the currency of that country. Now, if you move from one ecosystem to another ecosystem, you will have to have the currency of that ecosystem. For example, Google کا ایک بہت بڑا ecosystem ہے جس میں وہ انالیٹکس بھی ہے, جس میں Google Maps بھی ہیں, اور جس میں بہت ساری ان کی پروڈکٹس ہیں. تو آپ نے ان پروڈکٹس کے اندر اگر کوئی پرچیز کرنی ہے, کوئی کام کرنا ہے, تو آپ کو ہو سکتا ہے گوگل کا ٹوکن جو ہے وہ چاہیے ہو پے کرنے کے لیے یا پیمنٹس ریسیو کرنے کے لیے. سملرلی فیس بک کے جب سسٹم میں جائیں گے تو وہاں پہ آپ کو ایک اور کرنسی چاہیے ہوگی. تو یہ جو ٹوکنامکس یا ٹوکنس کی اکنامکس جو ہے یہ ایوالو ہو رہی ہے. دس از آلسو اے نیو تھنگ, اور ڈیجیٹلی جو ہیں وہ آپ ٹرانزیکشنز کر سکیں گے. پھر ویب 3.0 یا جس کو انٹرنیٹ آف ویلیو بھی کہتے ہیں, آپ نے شاید سنا ہوگا, کسی نے سنا ہوگا انٹرنیٹ آف ویلیو؟ ہیو یو ہرڈ آف دس ٹرم؟ انٹرنیٹ کا تو پتہ ہے نا سب کو, انٹرنیٹ آف تھنگس کا بھی پتہ ہوگا شاید. واٹ از IoT, انٹرنیٹ آف تھنگس؟ دوسری تو میرے تو بھی پرانے ہو یار. انٹرنیٹ آف تھنگس از کہ جو مختلف ڈیوائسز انٹرنیٹ سے کنیکٹڈ ہیں, دے کین کمیونیکیٹ ود ایچ ادر فار ویریس تھنگس. ابھی آپ نے شاید دیکھا ہوگا کہ ہمارے بہت سارے لوگوں کے پاس گھر میں فار ایگزامپل ایک کیمرہ لگا ہوا ہے, یا ملٹیپل کیمراز لگے ہوئے ہیں, یا آفس میں لگے ہوئے ہیں, اور وہ موبائل پہ اس کو مانیٹر کر رہے ہوتے ہیں کہ وہاں پہ کیا ایکٹیویٹیز چل رہی ہیں. تو یہاں پہ بھی آپ کے پاس CCTV یا ڈفرینٹ قسموں کے مانیٹرنگ کیمراز لگے ہوں گے, اور وائس چانسلر صاحب یا کوئی بھی جو رسپانسیبل پرسن ہے وہ وہاں سے مانیٹر کر سکتا ہے کہ فلاں فزیکل ایریا میں کیا ایکٹیویٹی ہو رہی ہے. سو اٹس ناٹ اباؤٹ اونلی کیمراز, مینی ڈفرینٹ ڈیوائسز. آپ کے گھر کا ریفریجریٹر ہے, آپ کا ایئر کنڈیشنر ہے, ہو سکتا ہے آپ کی گاڑی بھی. جی. تو جو بھی اسمارٹ ڈیوائسز ہیں جو انٹرنیٹ سے کنیکٹ ہو سکتے ہیں, جو کمانڈس لے سکتے ہیں اور ان کمانڈس پہ کام کر سکتے ہیں, ان کو آپ تھرو انٹرنیٹ کمانڈس دے سکتے ہیں اور ان کو مانیٹر کر سکتے ہیں, اور ان کو سوئچ آن سوئچ آف کر سکتے ہیں, یا وٹ ایور یو وانٹ ٹو ڈو ود دیم. اسی طرح سے جو کامن انٹرنیٹ ہے جو ہم سب استعمال کرتے ہیں, اس کے اوپر ڈیٹا فلو کرتا ہے ود اے لاٹ آف ایز. یعنی آپ نے ای میل بھیجنی ہے کسی کو, آپ نے کوئی امیج بھیجنا ہے, ویڈیو بھیجنی ہے, تو ود ان نو ٹائم آپ وہ واٹس ایپ کو استعمال کریں یا کوئی ای میل کی جو اپلیکیشن ہے وہ استعمال کریں, تو یو کین شیئر ڈیٹا ود ادر پیپل جن کے ساتھ آپ کنیکٹڈ ہیں. انٹرنیٹ آف ویلیو از ویئر یو کین شیئر ویلیو ود ادر پیپل. یعنی آپ فائنینشیل ٹرانزیکشنز کر سکتے ہیں, آپ کو بینک کی ضرورت نہیں ہوگی, آپ کو کسی انٹرمیڈیری کی ضرورت نہیں ہوگی, آپ پیئر ٹو پیئر فائنینشیل ٹرانزیکشنز کر سکتے ہیں. اور ایسیٹس کو ٹوکنائز کیا جا سکتا ہے, یعنی ایسیٹس کو بھی ڈیجیٹل ٹوکنز کے اندر اس کی ویلیو کو کنورٹ کیا جا سکتا ہے, اور آپ ان کو آن لائن آپ ان کی ٹرانزیکشنز کر سکیں گے, بیچ سکیں گے, خرید سکیں گے, اس کی رجسٹریشن کرنی ہے, اس کی اونرشپ ٹرانسفر کرنی ہے. اب جیسے ہمارے ہاں جیسے لینڈ ریکارڈز جو ہیں وہ ڈیجیٹائز ہو رہے ہیں, تو اگر لینڈ ریکارڈز فلی ڈیجیٹائز ہو جائیں اور آپ کے پاس ان کی ایکسیس ہو, تو ہوپ فلی یو ول بی ایبل ٹو سیل یور پلاٹ ڈیجیٹلی اینڈ ٹرانسفر اٹس اونرشپ ٹو سم ون ایلس جسٹ یوزنگ دا ڈیجیٹل ڈیوائسز. تو انٹرنیٹ آف ویلیو جو ایوالو ہو رہا ہے, ظاہر ہے اس کے پھر جو بلڈنگ بلاکس ہیں ان میں کرپٹو کرنسیز ہیں, ان میں ٹوکنز ہیں, ان میں جو تاکہ آپ کے جو ویلیو ٹرانسفر کا جو سسٹم ہے وہ بھی بن جائے. کلاؤڈ کمپیوٹنگ اب بہت پرانی ہو چکی ہے, وی آل یوز اٹ ان ون وے اور دا ادر. کبھی ہمیں پتہ ہوتا ہے کہ ہم استعمال کر رہے ہیں, کبھی ہمیں پتہ نہیں ہوتا, وہ سیملیسلی وی یوز کلاؤڈ کمپیوٹنگ. اٹانومس مشینز کی میں نے کچھ بات کی پہلے کہ اٹانومس وہیکلس کا تو آپ نے سنا ہوگا. What are autonomous vehicles? سیلف ڈرائیونگ وہیکلس. یعنی آپ گاڑی میں بیٹھ جاتے ہیں اور اس کو بتا دیتے ہیں کہ جی میں نے ایرڈ ایگریکلچر یونیورسٹی جانا ہے, اور جہاں سے بھی آپ نے شروع کیا وہ خود اپنا ایک نیویگیشن پلان بناتی ہے اور خود ہی اپنے آپ کو وہ ڈرائیو کرتی ہے اور وہ چلتی چلی جاتی ہے. تو اٹانومس وہیکلس. اب وہیکلس کے علاوہ بھی بہت ساری مشین جو ہیں وہ اٹانومس ہونے کی تیاری میں ہیں, اور یہاں پہ جب آرٹیفیشیل انٹیلیجنس کی بات کرتے ہیں تو اٹانومی از اے لٹل مور دین دا سیلف ڈرائیونگ وہیکلس. اٹانومی مینس دوز مشینز ول بی ایبل ٹو لرن دیم سیلوز, یعنی ان کے جو الگوریدمز ہیں وہ ایک سیلف امپروومنٹ پروسیس کے تحت اپنے آپ کو امپروو کرتے رہیں گے اور بہتر بناتے رہیں گے, اور اپنی جو کیپیبلٹیز ہیں ان کو بھی انہینس کر سکتے ہیں, اپنے ڈیسیجنز بھی خود کر سکتے ہیں. اور وہ بڑی خطرناک بات ہے, اس کی بہت ساری ڈفرینٹ امپلیکیشنز ہیں جن کی لوگ بات کر رہے ہیں, ڈیبیٹ کر رہے ہیں کہ اف دس ہیپنڈ ہاؤ دس ورلڈ ول ایکچولی لک لائک, اور ہمارے جو انوائرمنٹ ہے وہ کیا ہو جائے گا. اور پھر سائبر سیکیورٹی ہے. وین یو آر آن لائن, وین یو آر ڈیلنگ ود آل دوز ڈیجیٹل ڈیوائسز, how you can keep your data secure, how you can keep your identity secure, how can you save yourself from the unauthorized accesses and things like that. اور big data اور analytics تو already آپ لوگ یوز کرتے ہیں. اس سارے انوائرمنٹ کے اندر مینجمنٹ کس طرح سے ایوالو ہو رہی ہے, کس طرح سے ان ڈفرینٹ ٹولز اور ٹیکنیکس کو, ٹیکنالوجیز کو اڈاپٹ کر کے اپنے آپ کو ایوالو کر رہی ہے اور اپنے معاملات کو بڑھا رہی ہے. ہم ایک مینجمنٹ میں ٹرم استعمال کرتے ہیں میس کسٹمائزیشن. ایک اسٹینڈرڈائزیشن ہے, یعنی آپ دیکھیے کہ یہ ایوولوشن کے ڈفرینٹ فیزز ہیں. ایک زمانہ ہوتا تھا کہ ہر چیز کسٹمائزڈ ہوتی تھی, یعنی مجھے اگر جوتے چاہیے ہوتے تو میں ایک موچی کے پاس جاتا, وہ میرے پیر کی شکل اور سائز اور وہ دیکھ کے تو اس کے مطابق مجھے جوتے بنا کے دیتا تھا. یا مجھے اگر ڈریس بنوانا ہے تو میں ایک ٹیلر کے پاس جاتا اور وہ میری پسند کا کپڑا ہے, اس کی کوالٹی, اس کا کلر, اس کی فیل, وہ ساری چیزیں میں نے اپنی پسند سے ایک اسپیسیفک پیس آف کلاتھ خریدا ہے, پھر میری باڈی کا سائز اور شیپ اور اس کے حساب سے وہ ناپ لے کے اسٹچ کر کے تو مجھے کسٹمائز تھا. مگر یہ بہت سلو پروسیس تھا, یعنی ایک ٹیلر جو ہے وہ دن میں شاید 1-2 لوگوں کے ڈریسز ہی سی سکتا ہو. کسٹمائزڈ سلو تھا, اسمال اسکیل تھا, اس کو اسکیل نہیں کیا جا سکتا تھا. پھر انڈسٹریل ریولوشن آیا تو اس نے چیزوں کو اسٹینڈرڈائز کرنا شروع کیا. اس نے کہا جی ایسے نہیں, یہ نہیں چل سکتا. We need to improve productivity, we need to scale our production, and to scale our production we have to standardize the things. تو وہ آپ قمیض خریدتے ہیں, اس کا کالر اگر آپ کو پورا ہوتا ہے تو سلیوز لمبے ہوتے ہیں یا چھوٹے ہوتے ہیں ڈپینڈنگ آن یور باڈی شیپ. اینڈ تو کسٹمائزیشن سے ہم گئے اسٹینڈرڈائزیشن پر. وجہ کیا تھی؟ وی ہیڈ ٹو اسکیل اپ, وی ہیڈ ٹو enlarge the businesses, اور بڑے پیمانے پہ پروڈکشنز کرنی تھیں اور بڑے پروفٹس کمانے تھے. اب جو ٹیکنالوجی ہے وہ ہمیں یہ دونوں بینیفٹس دینے کی صلاحیت رکھتی ہے, یعنی ہم کسٹمائزیشن بھی کر سکتے ہیں اور اسکیل جو لارج اسکیل ہے اس کو مینٹین کر سکتے ہیں, جس کو میس کسٹمائزیشن کہا جاتا ہے. تو میس کسٹمائزیشن بہت ساری انڈسٹریز نے تو آلریڈی اڈاپٹ کر لی ہے, اب وہ فردر ایکسپینڈ ہوتی جا رہی ہے. اور سوشل میڈیا کے اوپر اگر آپ دیکھیں تو ایک ہی سائٹ کے اوپر ایک شخص اسکرول کر رہا ہو اور دوسرا شخص اسکرول کر رہا ہو تو اس کو ڈفرینٹ ایڈورٹیزمنٹس فار ایگزامپل دکھائی دیتی ہیں, اس کو ڈفرینٹ قسم کا کانٹینٹ دکھائی دے رہا ہوتا ہے. وجہ کیا ہے کہ وہ جو پلیٹ فارم ہے جس پہ آپ اسکرول کر رہے ہیں, ایون اف اٹ از دا سیم پلیٹ فارم, وہ آپ کے بیہیویئر کو ریکارڈ کر رہا ہے. ٹھیک ہے کہ آپ کی پسند کس طرح کی ہے, آپ کس طرح کی چیزوں کے اوپر سٹاپ کرتے ہو, آپ کس طرح کی چیزوں کے اوپر کلک کرتے ہو, آپ ریگولرلی کس طرح کا کانٹینٹ پڑھنا یا دیکھنا پسند کرتے ہو, تو آپ کو اسی طرح کا کانٹینٹ وہ سرو کرتا ہے. سو کسٹمر سینٹرلٹی جو ہے یہ ٹیکنالوجی کے ذریعے سے ہم نے امپروو کی ہے کہ ہم کسٹمر سینٹرک سروسز, کسٹمر سینٹرک پروڈکٹس, کسٹمر سینٹرک اپروچ کے ساتھ, اور یہ جو پاسبل ہے یہ بگ ڈیٹا کی وجہ سے. آبویسلی آپ ہیوج ڈیٹا کو, بیہیویئرل جو ڈیٹا ہے اور آپ کی جو آن لائن بیہیویئرز ہیں ان کو مانیٹر کرتے وقت ہوئے, ان کو ریکارڈ رکھتے ہوئے, اس کی بیسس پہ پھر آپ کو سرو کیا جاتا ہے. اینڈ سیم کین بی ڈن ان ادر ایریاز آف سروسز اور پروڈکٹس. ڈیسیژن سائنسز اور ڈیٹا انالیٹکس, یعنی ہیوج ڈیٹا کو ہم بہت تیزی کے ساتھ, بہت ایفیشنسی کے ساتھ انالائز کر سکتے ہیں, اور اس انالیسس سے ہم ڈیسیژن سپورٹ حاصل کر سکتے ہیں اور بہتر ڈیسیژن کر سکتے ہیں کہ ہمیں کس مارکیٹ میں فار ایگزامپل کس طرح کی پروڈکٹس سرو کرنی ہے, ان کی پرائسز کیا ہونی چاہیے, ان کے جو باقی ڈفرینٹ فیچرز ہیں وہ کیا ہونے چاہیے. ایجائل مینجمنٹ کا کانسیپٹ سب سے پہلے سافٹ ویئر ڈیولپمنٹ انڈسٹری نے استعمال کرنا شروع کیا تھا, بٹ ناؤ اٹ از بیکمنگ مور کامن پریکٹس. وہ اپنی مینجمنٹ میں ایجلٹی, یعنی آپ رسپانسو ہیں, آپ کوئی پرابلمس ہوتے ہیں, کوئی چینجز آتی ہیں, چاہے وہ مارکیٹ میں چینجز آئی ہیں, چاہے وہ کسی اور قسم کی چینجز آئی ہیں, تو یو رسپونڈ کوئکلی اینڈ ایڈجسٹ دا تھنگس اکارڈنگلی. پھر اسی طرح سے ورک فورس جو ہے وہ ٹرانسفارم ہو رہی ہے. One of the most notable transformation is work from home, for example, remote work. کہ اب آپ ایک امریکن کمپنی میں پاکستان کے کسی دیہات میں بیٹھ کے آپ کام کر سکتے ہیں, ان کے لیے سروسز پرووائڈ کر سکتے ہیں. ڈی سینٹرلائزڈ لیڈرشپ, یہ ایک بہت بڑی تبدیلی ہے کہ آپ ڈیسیجن میکنگ کو ڈی سینٹرلائز کر سکتے ہیں. یعنی ایک زمانہ تھا جب سینٹرلائزڈ ہائرارکیکل مینجمنٹ ہوتی تھی اور ڈیسیجنس کسی ایک پوائنٹ پہ ہوتے تھے, اس میں وقت بھی بہت لگتا تھا اور اس میں ایفیشنسی کا لاس تھا. تو ٹیکنالوجی کی مدد سے آپ ڈیسیجن میکنگ کو ڈی سینٹرلائز کر سکتے ہیں, یعنی ٹیم کے لیولز پہ ڈسٹریبیوٹ کر سکتے ہیں, گروپس کے لیول پہ ڈسٹریبیوٹ کر سکتے ہیں, ریجنل لیولز پہ آپ ڈسٹریبیوٹ کر سکتے ہیں. الدو ہمارے ہاں ابھی بھی سینٹرلائزیشن کی پریکٹس جو ہے وہ بے تحاشا ہے اور ہم ہر چیز کو سینٹرلائز کرنا چاہتے ہیں, لیکن دنیا اب ڈی سینٹرلائزیشن کی طرف جا رہی ہے, چاہے وہ بزنسز ہوں, چاہے وہ گورننس ہو, چاہے کوئی اور ایون جو فائنینشیل سروسز ہیں وہ ڈی سینٹرلائز ہو رہی ہیں. آرٹیفیشل انٹیلیجنس جو ہے اس کی ہم نے پہلے ہی کافی بات کی. ایکو سسٹم کیا ہے؟ سپورٹنگ اے ڈیجیٹل ایکو سسٹم از اباؤٹ more than just adopting new technologies. It requires a comprehensive approach that addresses infrastructure, skills, regulations, security, and sustainability. By fostering collaboration, innovation, trust, and inclusivity, stakeholders can build a thriving digital ecosystem to benefit businesses and society at large. اس میں کافی سارے کی ورڈز ہیں جن میں سے شاید کچھ لوگوں کو سمجھ آ رہے ہوں گے, کچھ میں بھی نہ آ رہے ہوں. What is inclusivity? What is being inclusive? انکلوژن کیا ہوتی ہے یا انکلوسیوٹی کیا ہوتی ہے؟ جی, ایکسیس ٹو آل, یعنی مختلف جو اسٹیک ہولڈرز ہیں کسی بھی سسٹم کے اندر, ان کو کسی نہ کسی طرح سے انوالو کیا جائے, ان کی وزڈم کو, ان کی ایکسپرٹیز کو, ان کی نیڈس کو بھی کیٹر کیا جائے, تو اس کو انوالو کیا جائے, انکلوسیو کیا جائے. الدو ٹیکنالوجی اتنی انکلوسیو ہے نہیں ہے, ڈویژن بھی اس کے اندر موجود ہے. دا پیپل ہو آر ناٹ ٹیکنیکلی equipped, who are not technically skilled, they cannot integrate into the system. لیکن ایکو سسٹم کا مطلب ہے کہ یہ سب چیزیں ہمیں کرنے کی ضرورت ہے. اینڈ یو کینٹ سروائیو وداؤٹ این ایکو سسٹم. یعنی آپ صرف جیسے آج کل وہ ڈسکشن ہوتی ہوگی, آپ اسٹوڈنٹس پڑھتے دیکھتے ہوں گے کہ ہمارے ہاں بہت پروموٹ کیا جا رہا ہے فری لانسنگ کو. فری لانسنگ از سارٹ آف ریموٹ ورک, کہ آپ پروجیکٹ کوئی جرمنی میں پکڑ لیتا ہے, کوئی امریکہ میں, کوئی کہیں اور, تو گھر میں بیٹھ کے آپ ریموٹلی کام کر کے اس پروجیکٹ کے اوپر ڈیلیور کرتے ہیں اور اس کو کمپلیٹ کرتے ہیں, اینڈ یو کین ارن گڈ منی. لیکن اس کو سپورٹ کرنے کے لیے ہمارا ایکو سسٹم جو ہے وہ اتنا سسٹینیبل نہیں ہے. 2-3 دن ہمارا انٹرنیٹ بند ہو جاتا ہے فار سم ریزنس which may be justifiable for some people but may not be justifiable for some others. ٹھیک ہے, انٹرنیٹ کی سپیڈ جو ہے وہ بہت زیادہ افیکٹ ہونا شروع ہو جاتی ہے. ٹیکسیشن کے رولز جو ہیں وہ ابرپٹلی چینج ہو جاتے ہیں. آپ نے کانٹریکٹس کیے ہوئے ہیں کنسیڈرنگ دا رولز ان ووگ, جو اس وقت پریویلنگ ریگولیشنز ہیں ان کو لے کے آپ نے کانٹریکٹس کیے ہیں, اور پھر سڈنلی پتہ لگتا ہے کہ نہیں وہ ریگولیشن چینج ہو گیا ہے, اور جب وہ ریگولیشن چینج ہو گیا تو آپ کے جو کانٹریکٹس ہیں وہ پروفیٹیبل نہیں رہے. سو ایکو سسٹم مینس ہیونگ اے سپورٹیو انوائرمنٹ جو سسٹینیبل بھی ہو, جو سارٹ آف کنسسٹنٹ بھی ہو. اگر ایسا نہ ہو, ہم بعض اوقات اپنا بزنس بہت اچھا بنا کے بیٹھ جاتے ہیں اور یہ نہیں دیکھتے کہ ارد گرد, فار ایگزامپل ایک پلازا آپ نے بہت بڑا بنا دیا لیکن اس کی پارکنگ سپیس نہیں بنائی, تو آپ کے پاس جو کسٹمرز آئیں گے وہ ہر وقت مشکل کا شکار رہیں گے اور آپ کا اپنا ہی نقصان ہوگا. تو وہ جو ایکو سسٹم ڈیولپ کرنا ہے وہ تمام اسٹیک ہولڈرز کی ذمہ داری ہوتی ہے, وہ ہم نے کولیبوریٹیولی, جوائنٹلی, اور جب تک آپ وہ نہیں کرتے, جب تک ایک سپورٹیو سسٹینیبل ایکو سسٹم موجود نہیں ہوتا, تب تک آپ کے معاملات جو ہیں, آپ کوئی چیز پروڈیوس کر رہے ہیں لیکن اس کی مارکیٹ نہیں ہے, اس کی ڈیمانڈ نہیں ہے, تو ویئر ول یو سیل اٹ, ہو ول کنزیوم اٹ, ہو ول بی دا یوزر آف دیٹ پروڈکٹ. تو یہ ساری جو چیزیں ہیں یہ ضروری ہیں. تو ایکو سسٹم میں کیا ہے, یعنی ایک تو روبسٹ ڈیجیٹل انفراسٹرکچر ہونا چاہیے. یعنی میں اگر کہتا ہوں کہ میں ریموٹلی کام کر رہا ہوں اور ورک فرام ہوم ہے تو مجھے گھر بیٹھے وہ ساری سہولیات موجود ہونی چاہیے جن کے ذریعے سے میں کنیکٹ کروں گا اپنے کلائنٹس کے ساتھ, کسٹمرز کے ساتھ, اور ان کو ان کی جو ڈیزائرڈ یا پرومسڈ سروسز ہیں وہ پرووائڈ کر سکوں گا. پھر انٹر آپریبلٹی اسٹینڈرڈس جو ہیں وہ موجود ہونے چاہیے, یعنی رولز ریگولیشنز بھی موجود ہونے چاہیے کہ ایک آرگنائزیشن نے دوسری آرگنائزیشن کے ساتھ جب ملنا ہے, کولیبوریٹ کرنا ہے, تو وہ کس طرح سے کریں گے اور کس طرح سے. جیسے آپ کا فار ایگزامپل ونس اگین وی کین ٹیک دا ایگزامپل آف UIMS جس میں اسٹوڈنٹ کا داخلہ اور باقی پروسیسز اور وہ مینیج ہوتے ہیں. اگر وہ فی ڈپازٹ سسٹم کے ساتھ انٹیگریٹڈ نہ ہو جو کہ بینک کا سسٹم ہے, اور بینک نے اپنے سسٹم کو جب آپ کے سسٹم کے ساتھ انٹیگریٹ کرنا ہے تو کوئی API ہوگا, کوئی کوڈ ہوگا جو ایدر وے سسٹمز میں انسٹال ہوگا اور وہ دونوں کو انٹیگریٹ کریں گے. اگر یہ چیزیں موجود نہیں ہوں گی تو آپ آسانی سے آپریٹ نہیں کر سکتے. آج کل ہمارے ہاں خاص طور پہ جو ڈیجیٹل ٹرانزیکشنز ہیں فائنینشیل, ان میں بہت ترقی ہو رہی ہے. آپ ایون کسی چھوٹے سے ورکر کے پاس بھی جاتے ہیں تو آپ نے پیمنٹ کرنی ہو, آپ جیب میں ہاتھ ڈال رہے ہوں, پیسے تلاش کر رہے ہوں, کہتے سر کوئی گل نہیں ہے, جائز کر دو بنو. تو that makes it convenient. So this is one component of the ecosystem which facilitates digital transformation. ٹھیک ہے, تو یہ ساری چیزیں اگر اپنی جگہ پہ موجود نہ ہوں تو اوور آل جو ٹرانسفارمیشن ہے وہ کمپلیٹ نہیں ہوتی. یو کانٹ ڈو اٹ اونلی ایٹ یور پلیس. پھر سائبر سیکیورٹی اور پرائیویسی پروٹیکشن کے میکانزمس ہیں وہ اپنی جگہ پہ موجود ہونے چاہیے. اپ اسکلنگ اینڈ ری اسکلنگ دا ورک فورس. ٹیکنالوجی جب کوئکلی تبدیل ہوتی ہے تو آبویسلی آپ کے جو ورک فورس ہے ان کی اسکلز, ان کی ایبلٹیز جو ہیں وہ ارریلیونٹ بھی بہت کوئکلی ہو جاتی ہیں. وین اے نیو ٹیکنالوجی کمز ان, مجھے یاد ہے کہ جب ہم یونیورسٹی میں پڑھتے تھے تو ایک پروگرامنگ لینگویج جو بہت اس وقت ان تھی کمپیوٹر کے حوالے سے وہ فورٹران تھی. سو ہر جگہ پہ فورٹران سکھائی جاتی تھی اور فورٹران کا ایکسپرٹ ہونا جو ہے بہت ویلیویبل تھا. آج میرے خیال میں لوگوں کو اس کا نام بھی پتہ نہیں ہوگا شاید کہ once upon a time this kind of a language existed. اس وقت جو پروگرامز ہم کوڈز لکھتے تھے وہ کارڈز کے اوپر پنچ ہوتے تھے, کارڈز کے اندر وہ سوراخ کر کے اس میں پنچ ہوتے تھے, وہ کارڈز جو ہیں مشین میں ڈالتے تھے. اب اگر آپ اس کو کہیں دیکھیں نئے لوگ تو اٹ ول بی سم کائنڈ آف ورک آف اینشینٹ ٹائمس, وہ کسی کو پتہ بھی نہیں ہوگا. تو یو نیڈ ٹو کیپ آن improving the skills of your workforce and reskill them so that they remain integrated with the current technologies and those things. پھر کنسسٹنسی ہونی چاہیے, ریگولیشنز اپنی جگہ موجود ہونے چاہیے, پالیسی فریم ورکس موجود ہونے چاہیے. تو اگر یہ سب کچھ نہ ہو تو ظاہر ہے وہ ٹرانسفارمیشن سسٹینیبل نہیں ہوتی, وہ بینیفیشل نہیں ہوتی اوور آل. اب یہ سارا کچھ ہم چاہتے تو ہیں اور یہ سارا کچھ ہمارے بزنسز کو, ہماری لائف کو آسان بناتا ہے, کنوینئنس بھی دیتا ہے, اور ہمارے جو پروفٹس ہیں اس کو بھی انکریز کرتا ہے. پروفٹس کو جب میں ہمارے کہہ رہا ہوں لیکن ہمارے سے مطلب جو ٹیکنالوجی کمپنیز جو ہیں اس میں انوالو ہیں. آپ دیکھیے کہ آج سے 10-15 سال پہلے تک یہ تصور نہیں تھا کہ کوئی کمپنی, کوئی ایک آرگنائزیشن جو ہے وہ $1 ٹریلین مارکیٹ ویلیو اچیو کر لے گی. اور جب آئی تھنک ایپل واز دا فرسٹ وچ اٹینڈ دس بینچ مارک ڈیورنگ دا کووڈ ایئرس 21 میں یا 22 میں شاید ایسا کچھ ہوا تھا. لیکن 1 ٹریلین تک پہنچنے تک جو اس کو ٹائم لگا اور پھر 1 ٹریلین سے 2 ٹریلین پہ پہنچنے کو جو اس کو ٹائم ملے گا اس کا کوئی موازنہ ہی نہیں ہے, اس کا کوئی کمپیریزن ہی نہیں ہے. تو یہ جو ٹیکنالوجی کی ٹرانسفارمیشن ہے یہ ویلتھ ایکیومولیشن کا بھی بہت بڑا ٹول ہے. یعنی دوز آرگنائزیشنز اینڈ دوز کنٹریز who are ahead of the others, who are actually developing the new technologies, they are accumulating the wealth of the whole world into their walls. تو یہ ویلتھ ٹرانسفر ہو رہی ہے اور ہمارے ہاں سے بھی ظاہر ہے بے تحاشا ویلتھ جو ہے وہ ٹرانسفر ہو رہی ہے اسی طرح سے. سو بہت ساری سوشل اور کلچرل امپلیکیشنز ہیں. ون آف دیم از دا ون دیٹ آئی ہیو جسٹ ٹاکڈ اباؤٹ. پھر ورک اور امپلائمنٹ اسٹرکچر جو ہیں وہ چینج ہو گئے ہیں. اب آپ جیسے گھر سے کام کر سکتے ہیں, جیسے آپ اپنے فلیکسیبل آورز میں کام کر سکتے ہیں. لیکن اس سے کہیں زیادہ ہمیں یاد ہے کہ کچھ عرصے پہلے تک جب ہم آپ سے بات کرتے تھے، پڑھاتے تھے، تو ہم کہتے تھے کہ جو مینوفیکچرنگ سیکٹر ہے، یعنی بزنسز کو ہم عام طور پہ 2 سیکٹرز میں ڈیوائڈ کرتے ہیں، ایک سروسز سیکٹر ہے اور ایک مینوفیکچرنگ سیکٹر ہے. تو مینوفیکچرنگ سیکٹر میں اوور دا لاسٹ فیو ڈیکیڈز آٹومیشن بے تحاشا ہو گئی ہے، اور اس آٹومیشن کی وجہ سے وہی فیکٹریز جو تھاؤزنڈز آف لیبرز کے ساتھ کام کرتی ہیں، اب وہاں 4-5 لوگوں کے ساتھ وہ فیکٹری چلتی ہے اور باقی کام سارا مشینز کرتی ہیں. دیر آر سو مینی ایگزامپلز آف اٹ. اور ہمارا خیال تھا کہ سروسز سیکٹر لیبر ایکسٹینسو ہے اور یہ ہائیسٹ امپلائمنٹ جنریٹ کر رہا ہے اور کرتا رہے گا، اور کرتا رہے گا فار دا ایئرز ٹو کم. لیکن آرٹیفیشل انٹیلیجنس کے آنے کے بعد اور انٹیلیجنٹ مشینز کے بننے کے بعد آئی تھنک نو سروس سیکٹر از آلسو ایٹ اسٹیک. اور آپ اگلے 2-4-5 سالوں میں دیکھیں گے کہ بہت ساری جابس جو ہم سمجھتے تھے کہ انہیرنٹلی ان کے لیے ہیومن ٹچ ضروری ہے، یعنی کسی انسان کا وہاں پہ ہونا ضروری ہے ان کاموں کے کرنے کے لیے، وہ بہت سیملیسلی اور اسموتھلی مشینز کو ٹرانسفر ہو جائیں گی، اور امپلائمنٹ کا ایک بہت بڑا کرائسس جو ہے وہ کریٹ ہو جائے گا. تو یہ جو ورک اور امپلائمنٹ سٹرکچرز کے اندر بہت بڑی ایک تبدیلی آ رہی ہے، اور آنے والے دنوں میں اس کی رفتار اور اس کا والیوم بڑھنے والا ہے. دیٹس گوئنگ ٹو چینج دا لائف اسٹائلز آف مینی پیپل، اور ہمارے جیسی اکانومیز کو شاید اس کا زیادہ بڑا امپیکٹ فیل ہوگا. پھر گروئنگ ایمفسس آن لائف لانگ لرننگ. جب ہم یونیورسٹی میں پڑھ رہے تھے آج سے 30-40 سال پہلے، تو ہمارا خیال ہوتا تھا کہ ڈگری کر لی ہے اینڈ دس ول بی گڈ فار دا ہول لائف. اب ایسے نہیں ہے. اب ہر روز ٹیکنالوجی تبدیل ہوتی ہے، چاہے آپ کسی بھی سیکٹر میں ہوں. ایون فار اس، ہم نے کبھی تصور نہیں کیا تھا کہ اس طرح کی بہت ساری نئی چیزیں ہمیں ہر روز سیکھنی پڑیں گی اور کنٹینیوٹی کے ساتھ سیکھنی پڑیں گی. بٹ دس از گیٹنگ مور امپورٹنٹ ود دا پیسج آف ٹائم. تو لائف لانگ لرننگ کا جو کانسیپٹ ہے کہ آپ ایسا نہیں کہ میں نے یونیورسٹی سے ڈگری حاصل کر لی ہے، میں نے بہت سیکھ لیا ہے اور اب مجھے مزید کچھ سیکھنے کی ضرورت نہیں ہے. نہیں، یو ول نیڈ ٹو کیپ آن لرننگ ایوری پاسنگ ڈے. امپیکٹ آن سوشل انٹریکشنز اینڈ کمیونیکیشن، وہ تو آپ نے دیکھ ہی لیا کہ گھر میں 6 لوگ بیٹھے ہیں اور 6 کے 6 اپنے اپنے موبائل فون پہ بزی ہیں، کوئی کسی سے بات نہیں کر رہا ہوتا، ہر کسی کا اپنا اپنا ڈرامہ لگا ہوا ہے اور وہ اس کو دیکھ رہا ہے. پرائیویسی کنسرنس ہیں. کلچرل ہوموجینائزیشن، یہ کیا ہے پاسبلی؟ واٹ از کلچرل ہوموجینائزیشن؟ کلچرل ڈائیورسٹی ریڈیوس ہوتی جا رہی ہے. یعنی ایک زمانہ تھا کہ ایک ملک کے اندر 20 کلچر ہوتے تھے، ہمارے ہاں ابھی بھی ہیں، اور آپ افریقہ کے کسی جنگل میں چلے جائیں تو شاید اس سے بھی زیادہ ڈائیورسٹی ہوگی. لیکن اوور آل جو ماڈرن ورلڈ ہے وہاں پہ کلچرل ڈفرینسز جو ہیں وہ ختم ہوتے جا رہے ہیں، وچ از پرہیپس گڈ ان سم سینس بٹ ناٹ ان گڈ ان مینی سینسز. کہ آپ کا جو اپنی آئیڈینٹی ہے، اپنی یونیکنیس ہے، دیٹ از بینگ لاسٹ. آپ جن کمیونٹیز کے ساتھ انٹریکٹ کرتے ہیں، آپ ان کی بہت ساری ہیبٹس، بہت ساری جو کلچرل ایلیمنٹس ہیں وہ اڈاپٹ کرتے چلے جاتے ہیں، اور دنیا کا کلچر جو ہے وہ ہوموجینائز ہوتا جا رہا ہے. وہ ون کامن کلچر وچ از ایکچولی بینگ کلچر لیس، اور وہ کوئی اچھی بات نہیں ہے. ڈیجیٹل ڈیوائیڈ اور انیکوالٹی بڑھ رہی ہے، اور خاص طور پہ ہمیں بہت خطرہ اور خدشہ ہونا چاہیے. ہم آج تک اپنے لوگوں کو لٹریٹ بھی نہیں بنا سکے، یعنی جو کامن لٹریسی کے سٹینڈرڈز ہیں ہم اس کے اوپر پورے نہیں اترتے، اور آدھی پاپولیشن ہماری ان لٹریٹ ہے. تو ود دس آنسلاٹ آف ٹیکنالوجی آئی ڈونٹ نو ویئر آر پیپل ول اسٹینڈ. جب فائنینشیل ٹرانزیکشنز ڈیجیٹل ہو جائیں گی، ہر طرح کا کمیونیکیشن ڈیجیٹل ہو جائے گا، تو ہماری ایک بہت بڑی پاپولیشن، وہ اس کو خطرہ ہے کہ وہ مارجنلائز ہو جائے گی. وہ لاس آف ورک، لاس آف ریسورسز اور لاس آف کانٹیکٹ ود ادر پیپل. تو اس کی جو مارجنلائزیشن ہے، یعنی جو ان ایکویلٹی اور ڈیوائڈ بڑھے گا، اس کے ساتھ ہم کیسے ڈیل کریں گے. اور ایتھکس اور گورننس جو ہے یہ ایک بہت بڑا ایشو ہے. یعنی آپ یہ سوچئے کہ آج ہم فار ایگزامپل میں گاڑی چلا رہا ہوں اور مجھ سے کوئی غلطی ہو جاتی ہے تو مجھے فائن کیا جا سکتا ہے، مجھے پنش کیا جا سکتا ہے. اگر ایک گاڑی خود ہی اپنے آپ کو چلا رہی ہے اور اس سے غلطی ہو جاتی ہے تو آپ کیا کریں گے؟ کس کو فائن کریں گے؟ کس کو پنش کریں گے؟ ٹھیک ہے جی، اس کو پنش کریں گے. اسی طرح سے جو انٹیلیجنٹ مشینز ہیں، ہیومنائڈز کا ایک ٹرم استعمال کی جاتی ہے کہ ایک مشین ہے بٹ اٹ لکس لائک اے ہیومن بینگ. تو وہ ہیومنائڈ ہے، وہ لیٹس سے اٹس ورکنگ ایز اے ڈاکٹر اور سرجری پرفارم کرتا ہے، اور اس سرجری سے انڈیو کوئی لاس ہو جاتا ہے پیشنٹ کو، تو آپ کیا کریں گے؟ سو انسان نے صدیوں میں، یعنی اپنی جو فرسٹ اپیئرنس سے لے کے آج تک جو قوانین ڈیولپ کیے تھے، جو سوشل سسٹمز ڈیولپ کیے تھے، رولز، ریگولیشنز، ایتھکس، ایون مذاہب بھی، وہ سارے انسانی بیہیویئر کو لے کے تو بنائے گئے تھے، سسٹمز بنائے گئے تھے. ٹھیک ہے، اچھا کیا ہے، برا کیا ہے، گناہ کیا ہے. ٹھیک ہے، تو جب ہیومنائڈز یا جب مشینز اور اٹانومس مشینز ہر جگہ پہ موجود ہوں گی، یعنی اس حال میں اگر 200 لوگ بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں تو سمجھیں کہ 100 اس میں مشینیں بیٹھی ہوئی ہیں. تو ابھی کین وی تھنک آف وٹ انوائرمنٹ دیٹ ول بی، اور سوسائٹی میں جہاں بہت ساری جگہوں پہ یہ مشینز کام کر رہی ہوں گی تو کس طرح سے وہ سوسائٹیز آپریٹ کریں گی. تو یہ ایک بہت بڑا تھنکنگ پوائنٹ ہے جس پہ بڑے بڑے اسکالرز جو ہیں وہ ظاہر ہے اس پہ کام کر رہے ہیں، اور پھر اسی طرح سے واپس انڈسٹری میں بھی اس کی فیڈ بیک جا رہی ہے. اور آپ کو پتہ ہوگا کہ آرٹیفیشل انٹیلیجنس کے آنسلاٹ کے ساتھ یہ ڈیبیٹ اور بھی بڑھ گیا ہے کہ یہ جو اٹانومس مشینز کی فار ایگزامپل بات کی جاتی ہے، از اٹ ایکچولی سم تھنگ گڈ فار ہیومن بینگس، سم تھنگ گڈ فار ہیومن سوسائٹیز اور ناٹ. تو یہ چند ایک خیالات تھے آپ کے اس ٹاپک کے حوالے سے. اینڈ ونس اگین آئی اپریشیٹ ڈاکٹر اکرام صاحب اور ڈاکٹر اکرام صاحب کی ساری ٹیم کو، جو کہ کبھی میری بھی ٹیم ہوا کرتی تھی. تو آئی ہوپ یو ول کیپ ڈوئنگ گڈ تھنگس اینڈ آل دا بیسٹ. تھینک یو.
Thank you, sir. Your valuable insight on digital transformation. We truly appreciate the depth of your knowledge and your guidance on this important topic. Remember, the journey of digital transformation is ongoing and is collective effort. Let's continue to put the boundaries and apply what we have learned to drive meaningful change. Now, I'm really honored to have our chief guest, Professor Dr. Khalid Mahmood Khan, with us. He is a very experienced scientist and educationalist with a specialization in planning and management. Dr. Khalid Khan got his PhD in biochemistry from UK and postdoctorate in agriculture biotechnology from USA. During his professional career, he held very prestigious positions like Vice Chancellor of Agriculture University, Chairman of Pakistan Science Foundation, Islamabad, Chairman of Pakistan Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, and Director of Research, University of Agriculture, Islamabad. His transformative leadership played an important role in driving positive changes that continue to shape the institution. He has been president of Pakistan Society of Molecular Biology and Biochemistry and a member of National Commission of Biotechnology. He was conferred with Sitara-e-Imtiyaz by President of Pakistan in acknowledgement of his outstanding and meritorious achievements in the field of science, agriculture, and education. Professor Khalid Khan has been governing bodies of various educational institutions and R&D organizations across the country. He is Secretary General of Network of Academy of Science in Islamic Countries and has arranged important conferences in Islamic countries on current topics of science and education. We are very privileged to have him with us today. Please welcome Professor Dr. Khalid Mahmood Khan. Please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Naeem Sahib, Dr. Tasawwur Hayat, Ex-Secretary General, Pakistan Academy of Sciences, Professor Rauf Azam, He has many caps. I will call him ex-director of UIMS. And he has been Vice Chancellor of many universities. And he will be Vice Chancellor of other universities in the coming days also. Dr. Ikram Ali Malik, Director, Present Director, honorable guests, speakers, students, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed an honor for me to come here to speak to you on this occasion of an important conference of breaking boundaries, digital transformation, and innovative management science practice. When we thought of holding a conference, I discussed with the Secretary General, at that time Secretary General, Dr. Sawar Hayat, and the present Secretary General, Dr. Aslam Beg Saab. We thought we should have a topic now slightly different than the thick science, or what we call as basic science. So we thought we should do something in, we sat down and agreed on to hold a conference on management, because we thought that in Pakistan, we are lack of management in many ways. We have many ideas. We have many schemes, plans, but can we manage them correctly? One of our flaws in Pakistan is that we cannot manage many things. So we thought, let's hold a conference on management. And to amalgamate it with Science Academy, we thought we'll call it Science of Management. It's the same thing, management sciences or Science of Management. And then we thought, where should we do it? And the best place for me was Arid University. So we approached Dr. Ikram Ali Malik, and he readily agreed to cooperate with us. And here we are today holding this important conference on this important topic of digital transformation and innovative managements. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Rauf Azam has explained the digital transformation in detail. I will not go to that because it's not my subject also. I will restrict myself to the other part of the conference, that is the innovation. Innovation, no organization can survive without research in their organization. And research is necessary for innovation. You cannot grow if you do not do research about your organization, if you do not have the basic things known and plan to how to change them. That's the innovation, how to do new things in the organization. So innovation management is also in science. Innovation management has become a science in itself, that how to do innovation. Innovation has to be planned, has to be financed, has to be done, has to be conceived, and has to be implemented. So it's itself a complete project and science. So, and the students must know this, that the basic research on any subject is necessary for innovation. And without innovation, you cannot survive, you cannot grow. दरिया बहता रहे तो दरिया होता है, खड़ा रहे तो जोहड़ बन जाता. So you have to move. You have to move on. So, in management sciences and also in innovation, you have to think of many things. For example, management science when I was asking Dr. Ikram Ali, he says that we are having degrees in human resource, finance, and marketing. Is that so? But management science is not limited to these things only. Management science is science, research, economics, engineering, sociology, and psychology also. When you do management, you have to have its economics, you have to have finances, you have to have its economics, and then and human resource. And when you deal with the human resource, whether it is in the organization, whether it's in the university, whether it's in the marketing, also, you have to know their psychology. You have to have social context also, that is sociology. So, and you have to know their social needs also. You have to know their social needs, you have to know their psychology to improve your own marketing, say, or your organization. Ladies and gentlemen, as I've said, Dr. Rauf Azam has very well explained to you all the conference, all the digital transformation and so, and Dr. Ikram Ali has also given you a brief, or I should not say brief, detailed about the objects of this conference. So I will say to you this, I will say to the students that kindly work hard and concentrate on your studies. When you go to your real life, there will be no semester breaks. You will have to work hard. You have to work continuously. There will be nobody to help you. You have to believe in yourself. Believe in yourself and work hard. So in the end, I would like to thank Pakistan Academy of Sciences, who has financed this conference, and UIMS, PMS UAR, who is hosting this, and Arid University, who is holding this. We're thankful to the director and the vice chancellor for their cooperation. I would like to briefly tell you about what is NASIC and what it's doing. NASIC is a network of Academy of Sciences in OIC countries, or rather in Islamic countries. We have at the present 20 academies as our members, and our main objects are to establish academies in those countries which there are no academies. Most of the Islamic countries do not have academies of sciences because science is not a priority for them. So we encourage them to establish Academy of Sciences, and also to promote science and technology by holding various conferences, workshops, meetings in these countries. Up till now, we have held meetings in various countries like Turkey, Malaysia, Jordan, Morocco, Uganda, Qatar, Kazan, Senegal, and Pakistan. I would also like to extend my thanks to the organizers, especially the organizing committee in Pakistan Academy of Sciences, Dr. Quraish Saab and Nasir, where is he? He is sitting here, and from the UIMS, Dr. Ikram Ali and his team for organizing this conference and having I think the cooperation between these three organizations, that is NASIC, Pakistan Academy of Sciences, and University, Arid University, is commendable. And this kind of collaboration always produce results, good results, I should say. Also, this type of conference, when it is held, exchange of ideas between the scientists always generate new ideas. Because when you listen to the experts in your field, you always get new ideas, what they are doing, how they are doing, and what we can do. So new ideas generate. So these conferences are very necessary, and I'm glad this is being held today here in Arid University. And I thank you all. God bless you.
Thank you, sir, for your time, for your sharing your knowledge and your continuous support. We are truly honored by your presence here today. As a token of appreciation, I would now like to invite respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Muhammad Naeem, to present a souvenir to Professor Dr. Rauf Azam in recognition of his remarkable contributions and for joining us today. Please, sir. Now,
एक बात जो मैं कहनी भूल गया था, वो ये था कि डॉक्टर रऊफ आज़म 2004 में UIMS में आए थे और मेरा हाल 15 में गए वाइस चांसलर बन के। तो 10-11 साल ये डायरेक्टर रहे हैं और UIMS को बनाने में, इसको बढ़ाने में इनका बहुत हाथ। ये मैं आपको थोड़ी सी हिस्ट्री की तरफ ले जाऊं। हमने इसको 2002 में इस्टेब्लिश किया था। दिस वाज रन बाय सम अदर persons who were not part of the university. So we have to relieve them and get a university institute of management sciences. And we started it. In the initial, we had 3-4 directors who stayed only 6 months and left and so. And then came Dr. Rauf Azam, who really established this institute. And I always I always had good words for him because I never had to go to the UIMS for anything because I knew Dr. Rauf Azam is there. So, thank you.
Now I request respected Vice Chancellor to present a souvenir to Professor Dr. Khalid Mahmood Khan. Please, sir. We will now take a short tea break. Please return to the auditorium by 11:30 as we continue with the next session. Students are requested to please settle down for a while. Please, faculty members and respected guests, just wait for a while, students. You are going to have a tea break as well, but just wait for a while for the guests. Tea will be also served for students. निकले ना फिर
सर अब नेक्स्ट में वो नवीन साहब वो जो तीन साहब वो डॉक्टर
हाँ तो ऑनलाइन सेशन है
अच्छा उनका
तो खुद ज्वाइन करें खुद शेयर कर लें स्क्रीन
just wait for a while. Please enjoy your tea break
पहले थ्रू का वो अलग है उसके बाद जो है वो
and return to the auditorium by 11:30.
इसके बाद जो नवीन साहब का है ना वो तो यहाँ फिजिकल है उसके बाद जो है वो दो जो है ना वो ऑनलाइन है
Tea break है इनकी भी. Girls, you don't want to get a tea break? तो जाओ ना भाई. Please get up and have your tea. And 20 to 30 minutes में please वापस आ जाओ ऑडिटोरियम में.
Students, excuse me please, sit down for 5 minutes, just for 5 minutes. And then we will move for the high tea. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Hello, sound check.
ਇਹ ਡਿੱਗ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਵਾ ਇੱਧਰ
ठीक है.
ਗੱਲ
एक मिनट सर
ठीक है दोबारा आ जाएगी। हेलो
एक मिनट 2 मिनट रुकिएगा आप करें आप बोलें सर
हेलो हेलो हाँ मदर
ठीक है
सबको ठीक चल रहा है?
सही है
आ गई है
आ गई ओके
वो एचडीआई कीपर कभी कभी हिल जाए तब भी आवाज़ चली जाती है।
नहीं वो मसला कुछ और था
अच्छा ठीक है।
चलो ठीक है ओके अल्लाह हाफ़िज़। अस्सलाम वालेकुम
Students are requested to please settle down. Welcome back, everyone. For our next session, we have Professor Dr. Muhammad Naveed with us, who is an academic and strategic leader with over 20 years of experience in both academia and industry. He currently serves as a professor at Bahria Business School, having previously held the role of Dean of the Faculty of Management Sciences and Principal of Bahria Business School. His expertise lies in fostering leadership, managing academic and industrial collaboration, and overseeing national and international accreditations. He is also an advisor of financial economy to the government of Pakistan. His talk on disruptive sustainability and leadership will focus on how forward-thinking leadership can foster sustainability in today's rapidly changing world. Please welcome Professor Dr. Muhammad Naveed.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, starting with the name of Allah, who is the master of the Day of Judgment. The very first, I want to bring the expression of my voice to the strategic apex for engaging this satellite. I think the knowledge economy is the area of the capitalization that provides the developments towards the every aspect of the life. We speak high about the developments that is taking place in the entire world, but the baseline is the knowledge economy. And this is a very unique initiative, I would say. We have the engagement, and we want to see the knowledge economy that is being more shared. So with the perspective of the thoughtfulness that we have engaged for the international platform, a very sheer acknowledgement to the minds behind the selection of the thematic area that we have taken for the international forum. We are living in the new age. It's the first realization. So we have to come up with the realizations. Recall, it was a time, we need decades to bring the change in the number of the days. Now the world has changed. It is the emerging significance of the technologies on the one side. It's the reshaping of your entire ecosystem as well. So from this perspective, if I want to see what's happening today, we need this number of days to bring the change in the number of the decades of the life. So we have to accept this realization. It's the rebirth of the global economy. I am living in the new world. This is the first realization. So from this perspective, we have to learn the dynamics of the new world. Traveling from the window, where we have the understanding of a cottage industry, today we are speaking higher towards the fourth and the fifth industry revolutions. I think it's a realization. Looking into the global perspective, the realization that I think we have to give the reorientation. We need to have the leadership today who could realize the significance of the disruptive landscape. Your global economy is more disruptive today. You have to see the perspective if you want to acclimatize. So bring a navigation that can better acclimatize the changing landscape. You call it the academic leadership. You call it the financial leadership. You have to set the navigation for the economic outlook. Every aspect that is coming with the realization that you have to bring acclimatization, that is, with closing the loop of everything. In fact, the world is moving by design. If you have to map the today's drive with the futuristic drives, so you have to bring this realization. So from this perspective, the strand of my voice of expression that want to bring different areas of the significance. For me, something is more important than education. That is your imagination. So you have to think about reorientation. You have to think about reimagination. It's a time to have a recalibration. It's a time to have, you need to bring, that is the reorientation, I would say. It's only possible where you want to see what's happening with the pulse of the world. So it's a bigger perspective. What is the navigation of the world? What's the navigation of Pakistan? And how we have to bring the Pakistan that is in the line with the best practices of the global world. So from this, the bigger perspective, where we are the part of the the global economy which is more disruptive. I want to see sorry, it's not working. So I want to see the path-breaking initiatives that we have. My drive is coming towards the Business Roundtable 2019. The Business Roundtable, that was one of the reorientation of the corporate world. It is the forum that has been engaged with the association of the top 200 CEOs of the different listed companies of America. They have the oath-taking ceremony. They have this realization that we have to come up with the approach which is more a stakeholders-oriented approach. If we want to see investors' perspective, that is more towards the wealth maximization. But this roundtable, it has changed the orientation of the entire world. The companies, the businesses, you are the part of society. You are mapping with the society, you are mapping with the economies that have to come up with the advocacy that we have to protect, we have to watch, and we have to serve the interests of every stakeholders. So they have this realization that we have to be more concentrated with the understanding of a stakeholders-oriented approach. If we have this expression that is coming from one of the biggest capitalist world, they have this realization that we have to protect the environment as well. We have to integrate sustainability. So I think it is one of the path-breaking initiatives that we have. So looking into the perspective of this, the roundtable, the business conversation that we have, if we want to bring how it's possible, all these developments, they're happening by design. You have to bring the turnarounds, you have to bring the execution, and these executions are only possible by design. On the one side, you have the principality of the responsible investments that we give a voice of the UNPRI. You have the rubric of the SDGs, 17 Sustainable Development Goals are there. How you have to bring a navigation, your social navigation, your financial navigation, your governance, your environment. You have to come up with this mapping by design. So it's a time where we have to bring a change in the perspective of your capital markets as well. Our capital markets are more having the experience of the revolutions. But if I want to see the capital markets of my country, I couldn't find the capitalization that is happening by design. The companies, they are capitalizing the private equity. Companies, they are capitalizing public equity. Companies, they are having their dial-ups for the debt financial models. But we are not working by design. So we have to bring a capitalization of the sustainability. So end of the day, we have to bring this integration of the sustainability, that is from the governance side, we have to bring the regulations that will bring this application, that the companies, they have to bring the best financial practices. Your financial practices, that is, you have to bring towards the green financing. You have to think about the green investments. You have to adapt the significance of the green corporate governance behavior. So I think these are the new dial-ups. Looking into my international engagement, I was the part of the Reading University as one of the voice from Pakistan. The entire university, they have this realization that how we have to articulate our articulation, how my research have the articulation towards the sustainability, you have to go for indexation. How my academic endeavors, my degree programs, they have the articulation with the industry. So in fact, they have a new advocacy. We always speak high about the advocacy of the academia corporate advocacy. But the new advocacy, that is, we have to bring the significance that is more towards a sustainable advocacy. So this realization is very important. So consistent with this global perspective, what's happening in the Silicon Valley, they have changed the definition of the VC. The new definition, that is the venture capital. 1/3 venture capital of the entire world that has been capitalized at one planet, that is the Silicon Valley. You think about Plaxis, you think about the business incubations, you think about the different IT incubations, IT Plaxis are there. You think about who is the latest scientific drive, everything is coming from the Silicon Valley. They are going by design. Silicon Valley, that is one of the venture of the University of Stanford. University, they are bringing the application. University, they are bringing the mapping. University, they are bringing the articulation. They are coming by design. Silicon Valley is the part of the California. They just have the validation of one point, how the assets under management, AUM. If I want to see what is the AUM of Islamabad, I need to find out how the private and public equity and debt financing that is being capitalized to acquire assets. They have only one point. They performed analytics. They want to see how the AUM, how the assets under management of California that has been financed. And to the best of their findings, as the data mining, they have the understanding that green financing, green investment, it is not the consciousness of the people. So then they have taken the drive that we have to bring a literacy program. It is not your financial literacy only. We have to educate our investors, we have to educate our common man, we have to educate our economic and financial users. Your navigation, that should be a sustainable financial literacy programs. We speak high about the tax literacy, we speak high about the inclusiveness, but you have to think about the inclusiveness of the sustainability as well. So you have to bring every watch that is by design, otherwise it's not possible we clap with one finger. You have to clap with 5 fingers, only then we can realize the impact, and it's only possible with the assurance of the sustainability. You have to close the loop, only then we can realize the impact. So bringing a flight that is coming from the World Business Roundtable, 2019, they have the realization that we are taking the oath that being the top 200 CEOs of the American listed companies, if we are giving this realization that we are responsible for the protection of the every stakeholder as a custodian. So I think this realization we have to bring forward. The Silicon Valley, it's giving another lens. We have to change the habits of the people. We have to change the behavioral aspect of the students. The World Investment Week, they're going to have the celebrations. The thematic area they have taken, that how we have to bring a sustainable behavior of the investors. So from this perspective, everything is coming by design. Yes, we have the understanding. We speak high about the SDGs, we speak high about the UNPRI, but it's a rubric. You have to articulate, you have to bring this mapping. So it's only possible where we have to reshape the real economy with the understanding of the environmental, social governance, MSCI, that is your rating agency, that gives your rating to the sustainability disclosures of the company. You have to teach, you have to educate, you have to develop a Plex, you have to develop a sustainability center of excellence. You have to bring this understanding to the people that how this indexation that has been developed, what are the indicators? If I want to see my exposure towards the environment, what it adds to the environmental pollution. Pakistan being declared one of the most vulnerable country to the climate change. We are taking different initiatives, but we are not being capitalized. The voice of the voices that we receive on the platform of the United Nations recently, they are speaking high about the climate change. So if we are taking these solo flights and we start thinking about, yes, we have to set a navigation, but we are not going by design. So believe me, it's not going to add impact, and this impact is not sustainable. So we have to reshape the real economy with the significance of the sustainability. It's a very integrative approach. So we have to think about the innovations. I was recently looking into the BRICS chapter. The BRICS economic plex is there, having a representation of the Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. BRICS Summit 2023. They have 2 path-breaking initiatives. The first one, they have the understanding that we have to establish BRICS AI, Center of Excellence. Since our foreign exchange, our speculation, our volatilities of the market, that is more vulnerable to the international economic pressures, to the international exchange rate volatilities, how we have to safeguard, how we have to bring the mitigation, how we have to bring the hedging for that. So they are looking into the development of their AI. So with the application of AI, with the application of the GAN models, your generative AI, so they want to bring the prediction, the accuracies of their financial decision. End of the day, you are the custodian of information. If information have a quality, if information that brings a meanings to you, so then you can bring the impact. So this realization is more important. From the perspective of the leadership once again, I don't want to see the leadership. They are sitting with the blank eyes. You are not acclimatized with the new age. You have to acclimatize with the new age. You have to see the new perspective. You should have the new dial-ups. So without having the perspective in your understanding, how you can find the articulation, it's not possible. So with this perspective, on the one side, the agenda of the BRICS economies, they realize the significance of AI. They are speaking higher about the application of this artificial intelligence, how we can bring the impact, and this impact would be sustainable, because we have to improve their predictions. We have to bring the accuracy of their decision making. And end of the day, now hypothetically, they have coined the idea of the BRICS currency as well. So definitely, the world is moving into the futuristic direction. There is only two way forwards. One is the application of AI. Second is you have to bring the integration of sustainability. There is no other option left. So with this realization, if I want to bring another navigation that is towards the global town hall, this is one of the biggest platform, I would say, that engage the economists, that engage the prime ministers of the different countries, just to want to see what is the outlook, what is the social, economic, and financial outlook of these economies, and how the consolidation is taking place, how you have to bring a fiscal consolidation of your economy, that is with the digitalization, how you have to bring the reforms that is in line with the sustainability. The thematic area that they have taken, it's my world. It means the stakeholders-oriented approach. So this, a thought forum, I would say, it would be a path-breaking initiative that we have taken. We want to bring a significance that is with the imagination. We have to develop a very eco-conscious investment, common man behavior. This eco-conscious sophistication is more important to bring the realization. So that's what I said in the beginning. The thing which is greater than your education, having the more significance, that is how you imagine. So you have to bring reimaginations. You have to think about the reorientation. So this a radical reshift that's already been taken. So you have to adapt the change. Change is constant. Who cares? So with the significance, securitization, that is one of the tools that is being engaged by most of the economies. I was looking into the financial turnaround experience on the part of the Brazil economy. Like Pakistan today, we are the signatory of the 25th IMF plan. It means the economy that is being driven over the decades with the support of the IMF plan. It means we are doing something wrong. We don't have the foundation. We're lacking the foundation. We call it reforms. We call it we are not inclusive towards the taxation. We are not inclusive towards the economic, social, and financial inclusiveness. But the thing is important, we are not going by design. Being the financial advisor to the government, I speak high on the IMF plan. I speak high about the SAFC. But we are working in silos. This consolidation is lacking. So securitization, Brazil economy, they have the largest dependencies among the economies on the IMF plans. How they have these turnaround? They have excessive use of the securitization. Securitization is one of the financial equipment, financial instrument that we generally use to convert your illiquid assets towards a liquidity. So this securitization, this is one of the features. You can bring a securitization to bring liquidity in the financial system and identify the development projects. You have to combat. You think about the health sector, you think about the climate threats, you think about any development of the life. You bring, by design, you have to think about your green shoots. So these green shoots, thinking green, green investments, green portfolios, green realization, green governance, end of the day, securitization. If I have to go for the securitization, the biggest expected revenue for the government, that is the taxation. I have a target for the next taxation today. I want to buy the time today. So securitization, it gives you opportunity. Yes, you can buy the time today. You can raise the funds against these receivable assets, that is the taxation for the government. You can issue the securities. Firstly, your economic users, your investors, they are more eco-conscious. So definitely this sophistication would support you. Then you have to bring green bonds. Then you start thinking about these green shoots, green projects. Then engage. This dry powder is very, very important. So I generally call the savings, we have to discourage the saving habits of the people. So these investment opportunities, green bonds, it definitely bring economic flow in the society. So savings, I would say they are not adding value. The value of the savings, it would erode over the future of time. So we have to discourage the habits of the people. So these eco-conscious environment, eco-conscious investment behavior, it would bring the significance where the people, they start thinking. Securitization on the part of the government. So definitely going green, this is one of the significance, and you can realize the significance financially, and you can add the economic value as well. Then it comes to syndication. When I speak at the national and international forum, the Pakistan, we are sitting with the blank eyes. I never have this understanding. It's financial syndication. We are lacking financial syndication. Your SIFC, it's a good initiative, Special Investment Facilitation Council, but it's not working as a center of gravity. It's not engaged. We are not syndicated. So it brings inefficiency. It brings more administrative cost. It brings more replication. So you have to think about the syndication of your financial loans, syndication of your financial models, syndication of your investment models. So it would bring the integration. So this economic, financial, social integration coming, that is, with the modeling of a syndication, it would definitely give the impact, and this impact would be realized. Now, my pain line. Sustainability, it's a myth or it's a reality? This is very important. Since, as a professor, when I have a scientific eye, so I have to bring my validation. Since looking into a sensitivity of the human nature towards the environment, whether a companies, whether the individuals, they are using a sustainability, that is the outlook, to hide their economic and financial performance. So the question, it should be boggling in our minds. It's myth or it's a reality. It has become over the period of time another tool for the earning management, for the window dressing, another tool that we use for the data fetching. We use another tool that is for the massaging your numbers. So we have to think beyond the numbers as well. It's only possible where we have to bring a monitoring system, how we have to realize the impact. So impact realization is very, very important. Only then we can address this prisma. It's a prisma. It's a myth or it's a reality. You bring your validation. Validation always comes when we give the awareness to the people. MSCI, it provides credit ratings on the basis of your initiatives, your integration towards the sustainability dial-ups. So you have to bring this significance. You have to educate your society. You have to educate your business schools. You have to educate your universities how these indexes that has been developed. What are the indicators of environment? Net zero, this is my objective. How net zero is possible? What are your contributors, key contributors towards the carbon emissions? From the perspective of Pakistan, it's your employees' commute. So you have to take initiatives. You have to incentivize every good step that is towards the sustainability. You have to bring a model cities to give the awareness to the people about sustainability. You have to be more contactless. You have to be more paperless. Go digital. All these aspects, they are important. You have to think about the plantation drives. It's the million of tons plastic that has been produced every year. I was speaking last year on the platform of the Environmental Day. Millions of the tons plastic that has been produced in the world. Where it ends up, we don't have any thought. It ends up in the lakes, rivers, in the seas. It means we are not contributing positively towards the environment. So we have to think more with a sense of the responsibility. So these demonstrations on the Day of the Environment, they are not the The days of the demonstrations, they should be the days of the realization. So this realization is more important. So here it comes, the engagement of the role of the leadership. Since we accept it, it's a new world. It is a disruptive landscape that we are the part of today. So you have to bring the emergence of the leadership who can have these new dial-ups with the understanding. If I want to see the role of the CFO is not working like accountants. You are just good with the passive numbers. You have to find the meaning of the information. You should be good analyst. I want to see academic custodians looking into my diversified experience. I've been the part of HEC for several years, looking into the broader image of the universities. Believe me, a CFO, the custodian of the universities, the custodian of your corporate planet, they are not living in the new age. So we have to bring the leadership. They have to be more dynamic. They should have the understanding of the significance of the changing landscape. So these pulse, this understanding, this realization, it would definitely bring a very loud impact. AI, a buzzword today. If I would drive a thought, AI is more important or HI is more important? HI is a human intelligence. AI, the adaptations of the artificial intelligence, your applications. So we have to realize this boggling thought with a romance of beauty and beast. If your application of the AI, that is at the cost of your emotional intelligence, that is at the cost of your human intelligence, we compromise the significance of the human mental modeling. So believe me, it's a beast. If we compromise ethics, if we compromise standards of the living, so then we have this application would definitely having a romance that is leading towards the beast. So please, this human consciousness is very important. So this is how we have to see the significance of the AI, and we have to see the significance of the sustainability. We have to bring this realization. Corporate governance is a custodian of a company. You should have a thought. What is the structure of the board? You should have the representation. Board is diversified. We have the diversity on the board. We have a female representation. We have a skills diversity. We have to bring this diversification. We have to bring the skill set. We have to bring all these competencies. It would finally lead you towards the best, the practices that we have. So corporate governance is a custodian. If I want to see the corporate planet, if I have to bring your research articulation, so definitely you have to set your research governance as well. Your research should be mapped with SDGs. Every year, we have amount of publications. Capitalized, your scientific skills are there. We have no second thought. You are putting impact factors. You are thinking high about your indexations. But end of the day, you have to reorient yourself. How you have to map your research against different SDGs. Why 17 SDGs? Why not 20 SDGs? So this mapping of your research, mapping of your academic programs. So if it's happening by design, so then you have to realize the impact. Impact is only possible where the research, it should travel from the window of the researcher to the industry. So it's a validation of research. During my academic governance with the Barry University, we have taken all these initiatives. It was mandatory that a research that is being published by a research faculty or a student, it should be into the hands of the industry. Industry should give its own validation. So you have to change the habits of the people. I'm not going to limit your skills. I'm not going to limit your endeavors. You keep on. Definitely research is your futuristic outlook. So start thinking with a new orientation. How your research is acclimatized with the challenges of the society. So then close the loop. If we are not going to have the closing of the loop, so how we have to realize the impact? So end of the day, your relevance to the environment, your relevance to the society, your relevance to the practical aspect of your research, it would bring a very loud impact. So from this understanding, if I want to see the way forward, the way forward, we just left with one option. That is, you have to bring the application of your AI, you have to bring the integration of the sustainability, there is no other option left. So with this realization, we have to bring a significance very loudly. Your words of expression, definitely it would bring more understanding, more awareness among these societies, but application would have a greater impact. Thank you for your patience. God bless you.
Students, if you want to ask any question from sir, please, you may ask. Yes, please.
Hello. Hello.
I think the opportunity comes against capacity. So this is the first thing. If as an institution, as an individual, I have to bring the application of AI, that how we have to acclimatize by integration of sustainability towards addressing the gray areas of the society. So it would come with your capacity. So developing the capacity is more important. If we have a capacity for that, definitely we can have the amplification of the impact. If this capacity is lacking, so this is what I said earlier, you have to develop a leadership that is coming with the capacity. If you have the capacity for that, so definitely you can have the impact, and this impact is more sustainable.
So do you think AI can help us in enhancing our capacity, maybe the way we think, the way we behave, the way we treat the planet? Do you think it can have a positive and fruitful impact on us as, you know, a member of the
I think we are the beneficiary of it. BRICS economies, why they have this realization that we have to bring the application of AI to addressing their volatility of the foreign exchange. I was looking into the capitalization of Pakistan Stock Exchange. Your volatility that is not being addressed with the significance of AI. If you bring more experts on the corporate governance, financial governance, academic governance, they are working like the data miners. What they can do, they can better navigate you. You want to identify the anomalies, you need to find out technical aspect of the anomaly, seasonal aspect of the anomaly, the windows, they are going to have the adverse impact. Definitely you can have the better predictions.
Thank you, sir. You have given very detailed answer.
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम अमार है और मैं प्रेस से हूँ। मेरा सवाल ये है कि आप बताएंगे कि एआई का आगे फ्यूचर में क्या होगा। वार स्टार्ट हो जाएगी, रोबोट को आगे किया जाएगा, तो क्या उसके लिए हेल्पफुल होगी पीसफुल एनवायरनमेंट के लिए एआई?
Okay, I already said it's a romance. The romance is very important. You have to see the significance. If you're once again compromising the human intelligence at the cost of the artificial intelligence, definitely it's not going to have the impact that is very positive on the societies. So you have to continue with the significance of the human eye. This human intelligence is more important. This definitely could be have the merits and demerits. So this is a very conscious decision. You have to definitely, you have to bring your understanding that is coming through this application of the chat GPT. Definitely, it's a navigation, it's your knowledge navigation. But end of the day, you have to bring the application. Application brings a human consciousness. Human intelligence is more important. So if that has been also compromised, so then definitely we are not realizing the impact that is positive on the society. Impact realization is the problem area. We definitely have the capacity. Center of excellence are there. We need to have the more skill set. We're definitely re-navigating the education system. We have to bring the more experts. But end of the day, you have to realize the impact. Impact realization is basically the human intelligence. This is not the intelligence of the AI.
Sir, my name is Zanam Shafiq. My question is related to financial markets. I'm a student of finance. So my question is, as you have discussed a lot about finance, financial markets have a very limited scope in Pakistan. more than 2 lakh investors in the stock market, traditional equity market. So my question is, a country where not even Bitcoin is legalized and not lawmaking is done, the problem is more related to the bureaucratic hurdles, I think. So in that scenario, what do you think about the stakeholder approach you mentioned as used by the BRIC countries? Is there any role stakeholders can play in that regard? Can we do something when such type of hurdles and such bureaucratic things are present in our system where the lawmakers are not doing such type of things? Because I think major responsibility lies on them. So is there any contribution we can make in that case? I would like to know your view.
I think how we are going to welcome the innovation, this is important. What I find, my financial system, it's not open to the innovation. We are not accepting the innovations. We are not ready for this acceptance. Have close interaction with the State Bank. I said you need to have the understanding what are the futuristic bankers of Pakistan. You have to develop these programs. So Pakistan have a huge populace, 234,000 participants. It's a peanut. It means we are not changing the habits of the people. Your private equity that is still in the savings. So why I said Silicon Valley, they have the assets under management, AUM. How these AUM that has been financed. Then they have the bigger thought, it's a huge amount of these savings that is not been in the mobility, that is not adding economic value. So on the one side, we have to develop these habits. We have to give this confidence to the economic and investors. These users are important. You have to travel your private equity to the public equity. This is more important. So then we can definitely have the more capitalization of your capital market. This is the first capitalization point. Second, definitely it's a capacity. If we are going to have the application, or certainly if you want to see, since it's the sentiment that is coming from the public, definitely you have to think about how you have to bring the turnaround, how you have to reshape your capital markets, but it would be by design.
It means the responsibility lies on both ends, on the government side as well and on the...
I put more responsibility on the shoulders of the regulations. Regulator is more responsible.
Then awareness and then comes the capacity. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
As token of appreciation, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Rauf Azam Saab to please give Dr. Naveed Shield on his remarkable contribution and joining us today. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your insightful and thought-provoking presentation on disruptive sustainability and leadership. Your expertise had shed light on how leadership can drive sustainability in an age of rapid change and how organization can embrace disruption for positive long-term impact. Thank you so much, sir. Now, our next session is on a very crucial topic for today's rapidly evolving manufacturing industry, sustainability, supply chain management for smart manufacturing companies. For that, we have Dr. Thuy Chin from us. Ma'am, can you hear me? Ma'am, please unmute your mic.
Okay, can you hear me well?
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. Thank you so much, ma'am. We are fortunate to have you with us. Dr. Thuy Chin is an associate professor and research manager at the Faculty of Management, University Technology Malaysia. She is widely recognized for her expertise in supply chain management, logistics, consumer behavior, and sustainability. She has worked at prestigious organizations like Philips Electronics Singapore, Selectron Technology, Flextronics Technology, University Technology Malaysia, which has enriched her research and professional practices. She is not only dedicated to academic excellence, but also to community service, leading initiatives in education, waste management, and sustainable development. Her unique combination of academic rigor, industry experience, and community involvement showcases her as a leader and innovator in her field. Let's warmly welcome Dr. Thu E Chin. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay, so good afternoon to all of you. Okay, organizers, conference organizers. Okay, thank you so much to Sister in front of our very successful alumni from the keynote speakers at this first international conference on the breaking altering digital transfers and innovative management practices. So I'm grateful for this opportunity. All right. So I'm to IT. Okay. Now I'm serving the system. effect to our environment. That's why there is a need to call for more sustainable practices in the current manufacturing industry or even other industries as well. Alright, so this is the slide. So there are some analysis here done by McKinsey. Okay, so this infographics presented the package. As you can see from the economic expansion concerning greenhouse gas emissions. I hope my line is okay, alright, because I can see the message coming out regarding the internet issues on my side. So look at the panel area, okay? Panel area, globally, okay, we see that it forecasts that the global market will grow, CPG markets will grow at an average 5.3% annually. Okay, when you look at the B, so in 2015, the greenhouse emissions actually already achieved more than 33, GT, gigatons of these carbon dioxide equivalents. And for the panel C over here, it states that the CPG industry must cut its greenhouse gas emissions by more than half in order to meet the 2015 emission targets. And for the panel D as well, look at panel D here, it shows that the need for a significant reductions in the carbon intensity of the CPG industry, which is about, So we hope that, through the sustainability practices, by 2015, the CPG companies can reduce their emissions by 92% relative to the private means. So in order to implement sustainable supply chain management practices, what are the challenges basically faced by most of the industry? The first is the cost of sustainable materials and technology. So the firm needs to invest more on the materials and as well as technology. And also they have to think about the complexity to integrate new systems into their current practice. And one part is concerns, It means that the industry should think about that, There will be some resistance from the stakeholders, if compared to the traditional method. So I summarize the challenges in these simple pictures, the mindset of the assistant stakeholders, So some of them might not really change, And the complexities of having those sustainable practices, they also feel like they will face a lot of uncertainties and as well as increased cost. So let's just move on. How to make things, more sustainable? How? So if you look, as mentioned just now, the three pillars, the triple bottom, for this, I would say, a sustainable supply chain. Alright, so this figure displays a framework for understanding a sustainable supply chain. If you look at this, this framework, so we have natural environments, we have society here in orange, and we have economic performance. So each component has associated elements, including strategy, rate, achievements I already mentioned here, organization cultures, and transparency. Look at the overlaps between the society, and the natural environment. Is it good? There's a big question mark there. And the intersections between the overlap between the society and the economic performance is better. Natural environments, they overlap with economic performance, you will get better results. But if these three components, overlap together, you will give you the best results. So for firms to implement sustainable supply chain, they should look at the natural environments, look at the balance between natural environments, society, and economic performance. So overall, this framework suggests that a sustainable supply chain is not only about reducing, environmental impact, but also involved embedding sustainability into the company's strategies, cultures, risk management, to handle the risks more effectively and to increase the economic performance transparency. Okay, just move on. Okay, so these are the, I would say, innovative practices in supply chain management. Okay, implementations. Firstly, using 3Rs programs, 3R, reduce, and recycles. Use biodegradable materials and use transportation more optimized to reduce fuel consumptions. Now let's look at the role of technology in sustainable performance. Okay, so technology plays a very pivotal role, okay, in sustainable supply chain management. So AI can predict the demands more accurately, and IoT devices can track the products, okay, and optimize the routes, okay, the routes, and the blockchain can ensure the transparencies and traceability. So what are the strategies? Okay, strategies for successful implementations. Okay, successful implementation of sustainable supply chain management requires strategies like conducting sustainability audits, setting clear goals, engaging with stakeholders, and investing in employee training. That's very important. Okay, a top-down approach. It should be integrated in the company culture so that everyone in the organization they are focusing on the same directions. So social environments. Now, if you look at the breakdown of each level, okay, based on these researches, okay, this is also called a framework or directions of flow, how the companies can successfully implement supply chains in a very sustainable way. So look at this one, okay, so social, so means that the top management should show social and environmental supply chain leaderships, followed by the strategies. And then at the organizational capabilities, so they must focus on these two parts, intra and inter-organizational capabilities. So for this intra, companies need to focus on green practices, packagings, environmental management, how the cross-functional departments work together, and they must include articles, okay, practices or articles considerations into their company operations. Then in this supply chain network, okay, that is very crucial for the companies to work with their stakeholders such as suppliers, okay, or government agencies, okay, retailers, and this is what we come up with the stakeholder integration, the supplier selection, the supplier monitoring, and how all these stakeholders collaborate in a very sustainable way. So all this, okay, so as we look at the organization antecedents, okay, these are the four foundational elements required for an organization to develop capabilities for sustainable supply chain management. So the antecedents include social and environmental orientations, supply chain management, service purchasing, and top management support. Now look at the futures, okay? So the futures, the trends, I think nowadays the trends of sustainable supply chains is emerging. So like to be using circular supply chains, digital twins, and we use database or we use analytics, okay, to manage the supply chain networks more efficient. So as you will see the factory of futures, yeah, this is what you can see. We use predictive machine analytics, industrial augmented reality, AR, sensors, modular equipment, computer vision, blockchains, and unmanned trucks. Okay, so there's some conclusions, okay. There's a need today for us to think about, to include the economic perspective, environmental responsibility, and social equity into the entire supply chain, sustainable supply chain management. Okay, so the integrations of the advanced technologies and all those innovation practices that I mentioned before, it can help the firms, the industry, manufacturing to build a more sustainable futures. So key stakeholders, as I mentioned just now, for example, the company itself, okay, the suppliers, the consumer, the retailer, the wholesaler, the government agency, the policy makers, they need to lead the change for a more sustainable and prosperous futures for all. So as what you said, the earth is what we all have in common, and the innovations is the ability to see change as an opportunity, and not a threat based on Steve Jobs. So thank you so much for your attention. So now we open the floor for Q&A sessions.
have any question, you may ask.
Hopefully, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. I have a question regarding the target that has been set.
You can come here.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. because
Just
I-
wait for a while.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Yes, ma'am. I have a question regarding the zero emissions target that has been set by countries like China and Australia. So do you think it will have a positive impact on the way we manufacture, or will it curtail the way manufacturing is done throughout the world?
Okay, so can you make your question more concise, okay? Because I really can't difficulty to catch the question.
You want me to repeat the question?
Yeah, make it more concise.
Okay. Ma'am, regarding the zero emissions, like, countries are trying to achieve it. Do you think it will have a positive impact or negative on the manufacturing sector?
Okay, so you're talking about those emissions, what is the impact of this? Okay?
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so I want to, in common, for most of the industry, it is quite hard for them to manufacturing industry. Zero emission is all about release of no greenhouse gases or pollutants into the air. But to me, that will be, this will be workable, but not in the near futures. Okay? So, example, what I say is that China, basically, they are doing very best to reduce their emissions, but not to the level of zero emissions. Unless they use the sources, such as renewable energy, electric vehicles, or green hydrogen, or even energy efficiency. But in terms of practically, zero emissions is not fully implemented yet. Okay? So manufacturing industry, they still release emissions. Okay? To the or because still release all these pollutants, negative pollutants to the environment. But now, okay, maybe I'll just share my personal experience to you. I just read from Beijing, okay, China. So I would say, 10 years back, the skies in China was so gray, full of air pollution. But after 10 years, based on the government's policies and the successful implementation of that minimize the emissions, so the sky now is so crystal clear and blue. So I believe China is doing very successfully in terms of sustainability.
Thank you,
Am
ma'am.
I answering your questions?
Thank you so much, ma'am. You truly illuminated the ways in which sustainability and smart manufacturing are not just trends, but essential components for future-proof supply chain management. Thank you, ma'am, for taking the time to share your knowledge with us today. We really appreciate your contribution and expertise in this specific area. Soon, inshallah, you will get your e-certificate, and we would like to invite you in campus as well. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
We will now take a short prayer and lunch break. Please take this opportunity to relax and reflect on the valuable insights so far. We will resume our session after 20 to 30 minutes. Thank you so much. Enjoy your meal and see you soon. Please wait for a while. have any question from Dr. Rauf Azam related to management sciences and business administration, you can ask. Yes, anyone from the audience? Please welcome sir on stage.
ابھی بتا رہے ہیں کہ لنچ میں تو کچھ وقت ہے، تو مجھے جب میری پریزنٹیشن ختم ہوئی تھی تو somebody had come to me and said کہ people have some questions. آپ نے کہا تھا تو کون ہے، بتائیں کیا کویشچن ہے؟
Sir, I have a question. I have a question related to the small and medium enterprises in Pakistan. As there is lack of formalization in small and medium enterprises in Pakistan, it is also and sir, small and medium enterprises, they are almost now 80% of the overall manufacturing sector. So it is very important and contributing in the overall economic performance of Pakistan also. So my question is that how we can train the SMEs to accept the new technologies and the digital transformation, because I think they need formalization of other supporting functions also. So, sir, what you SME management?
ایس ایم ایز کے حوالے سے ایس ایم ایز میں خاص طور پہ جو مینوفیکچرنگ سیکٹر ہے اس نے چائنا کی آنسلاٹ سے بہت زیادہ افیکٹ لیا ہے، اور چائنا نے نہ صرف پاکستان میں بلکہ پوری دنیا کا جو مینوفیکچرنگ سیکٹر ہے اس کو بہت سیویئرلی ہٹ کیا ہے، اور ان کی مینوفیکچرنگ کے ساتھ باقی دنیا کی مینوفیکچرنگ کمپیٹ نہیں کر پا رہی، پرٹیکولرلی کاسٹ کے اوپر بھی، لیکن کاسٹ سے زیادہ جو ان کی انوویشن ہے اور جو کوئک رسپانس ہے ان کا، اس کے ساتھ کمپیٹ نہیں کر پا رہے۔ آپ دیکھیے کہ بہت جو ایون لو کاسٹ پروڈکٹس ہیں ہمارے ہاں چوراہوں میں، سڑکوں میں، مارکیٹس پر جو لوگ بیچ رہے ہوتے ہیں چھوٹی چھوٹی پروڈکٹس بھی، آپ اگر وہ بھی دیکھیں تو وہ بھی چائنا سے آ رہی ہیں، اور اس ایسی لو کاسٹ کے اوپر وہ پروڈیوس کرتے ہیں، یعنی آپ دیکھیے کہ اس کی پروڈکشن کاسٹ بھی ہوگی، اس کی ٹرانسپورٹیشن کاسٹ بھی ہوگی، جو امپورٹ ہوئی ایک کنٹری سے دوسرے کنٹری میں اس کے حوالے سے بھی بہت ساری کاسٹس ہوں گی، لیکن اس کے باوجود وہ اس قدر چیپ ہے کہ کوئی لوکل مینوفیکچرر، کوئی لوکل پروڈیوسر اس کے ساتھ کمپیٹ نہیں کر پاتا۔ آپ نے 14 اگست پہ جھنڈیاں خریدنی ہوں تو وہ بھی ان موسٹ کیسز میرا خیال ہے چائنیز ہی بنی ہوئی ہوتی ہیں، چھوٹے چھوٹے آپ نے بیجز خریدنے ہیں جو آپ کی بہت ہی لوکلائزڈ چیز ہے، اور پھر ان کا ریسپانس بہت کوئک ہے۔ ہمیں بعض اوقات اپنے اس طرح کے ایونٹس کا آئیڈیا نہیں ہوتا ہماری مارکیٹ کو کہ جی یہ ایونٹ آ رہا ہے اور اس ایونٹ کے حساب سے ہم نے کچھ مرچنڈائز پروڈیوس کرنا ہے اور اس کو مارکیٹ میں لے کے آنا ہے اور مارکیٹ کرنا ہے، لیکن چائنا کے جو پروڈیوسرز ہیں، مینوفیکچررز ہیں، ان کو پتہ ہوتا ہے، تو دے ڈو اٹ۔ سو ایس ایم ایز کس طرح سے رسپونڈ کریں گے؟ یقیناً ان کو بہت ساری نئی ٹیکنیکس سیکھنی پڑیں گی، ان کو مارکیٹ کی، اور ان کے پاس ریسورسز کی بھی کمی ہوتی ہے، وسائل کی بھی کمی ہوتی ہے، تو ہمیں ایک اوورآل جیسے ہم نے ایکو سسٹم کی بات کی، ان کا کوئی سپورٹ سسٹم بنانے کی ضرورت ہوگی، ان کو ریگولیٹ ڈزنٹ مین اوور ریگولیٹنگ، کیونکہ اوور ریگولیشن بھی کاسٹ کو بڑھا دیتا ہے، کمپٹیشن میں آپ کے ہرڈلز کریٹ کرتا ہے، تو ہمیں ان کی ایبلٹی کو، ان کی کیپیسٹی کو کسی طرح سے سپورٹ کرنے کی اور انہینس کرنے کی ضرورت ہوگی۔ میں ابھی سوچ رہا تھا کہ ہم جب بزنس اسکولز میں پڑھاتے ہیں تو ہم ٹیکسٹ بھی فوراً فالو کرتے ہیں، ایگزامپلز بھی ہماری ساری فوراً ہوتی ہیں, چاہے وہ سپلائی چین کی ہوں, چاہے وہ کسی بھی اور سسٹم کی ہوں, مارکیٹس کے حوالے سے ہوں. ہماری ساری کی ساری ایگزامپلز جو ہیں وہ ہم لوکل سسٹمز کو اسٹڈی نہیں کرتے. اب مثال کے طور پہ ریسنٹلی آپ لوگوں کو, آئی ڈونٹ نو ہاؤ مینی آف یو مائٹ نو اٹ, ہمارا جو سب سے بڑی سپلائی چین ہے وہ گورنمنٹ کی سپلائی چین ہے. یعنی گورنمنٹ کی جو پروکیورمنٹ ہے, اٹس اے ہیوج پروکیورمنٹ, ہنڈریڈز آف بلینس کی پروکیورمنٹ ہر سال ہوتی ہے, اور وہ آن لائن چلی گئی ہے ابھی ریسنٹلی. آئی ڈونٹ نو اف یو پیپل نو اباؤٹ اٹ. اور ہمیں جب ہم پروکیور کرنے کی کوشش کرتے ہیں انسٹیٹیوشنز میں بیٹھے ہوئے, تو ہمیں وینڈرز نہیں مل رہے, اس لیے کہ وینڈرز کیپیبل نہیں ہیں اس سسٹم کے ساتھ, وہ انٹیگریٹ نہیں ہو پا رہے, ان کے اپنے جو کیپیسٹی ہے وہ اس کے ساتھ الائن نہیں ہو پا رہی, تو آپ کو وینڈرز نہیں. اب یہ ایک طرح کا ریولوشن ہوگا. آئی مین مینی successful vendors who have been successful in the previous years and decades, they may even vanish from the market. اور نئے جو نسبتاً ایجوکیٹڈ لوگ ہیں جو سسٹم کے ساتھ آسانی سے انٹیگریٹ ہو سکیں گے. اور اس میں ایس ایم ایز کے لیے بہت اپرچونٹی ہے کہ اگر ایسے ایس ایم ایز ہوں جو اپنے آپ کو اپ اسکل کر سکیں, اپنے آپ کو ری اسکل کر سکیں, جو پہلے بھی ہم نے بات کی, تو وہ اپنے بزنسز کو ایکسپینڈ کر سکتے ہیں اور اپنے آپ کو الائن کر سکتے ہیں. اور ہمیں بزنس اسکولز میں چاہیے کہ ہم لوکل سسٹمز کے اوپر بھی لوگوں کو ٹرین کریں, اس کے ساتھ ہم اس کی اویئرنیس ڈیولپ کریں, اس کے ساتھ انٹیگریشن کو ہم پروموٹ کریں. تو ای پیڈ جو وہ الیکٹرانک سسٹم ہے, یہ بہت سارے ایون جو سیکنڈری بزنسز ہیں ان کو افیکٹ کرے گا. ٹینڈرز چھپتے تھے اخباروں میں, ٹینڈرز چھپتے تھے, بہت سارے جو آئی وڈ سے جو میگزینز یا جرنلز اس طرح کے ہوتے, وہ چھاپتے ہی ٹینڈر تھے, وہ ان کی سروائیول ہی ساری اس کے اوپر تھی. اب ٹینڈرز پبلش نہیں ہوا کریں گے, وہ اسی ای سسٹم کے اوپر آئیں گے اور وہیں سے لوگ ان کو ڈاؤن لوڈ کریں گے, وہیں اپنا ریسپانس سبمٹ کریں گے اور وہیں سے پروکیورمنٹ کی ڈیلز ہوا کریں گی. سو بہت سارے جو آکسیلری بزنسز ہیں جو اس سپلائی چین میں بینیفٹ لیتے تھے, دے مے ڈائی ڈاؤن. تو اس ریولوشن کے اندر, اس تبدیلی کے اندر ہمیں لوگوں کو پریپیئر کرنے کی ضرورت ہے. اینڈ ایس ایم ایز پرٹیکولرلی ہیو اے گریٹ اپرچونٹی ان دس چینجنگ انوائرمنٹ. تو ہمیں ان کو ٹرین کرنا چاہیے اور ہمیں اپنی لوکل ایگزامپلس کو پڑھنا چاہیے, ان کو پڑھانا چاہیے اور سیکھنا چاہیے. جی
سر, I have one question about generative AI. So usually like ChatGPT or other these online services. So students normally use these services in preparing their assignments, and even sometimes they write problem statements and entire thesis even by using ChatGPT or other generative AI tools. So what is the impact of this technology on the students' intelligence, and how can we manage all this? So should we encourage them to use it positively, or we should discourage them, or what should be the strategy? So it would be enlightening for all the faculty and students as well. Thank you, sir.
دیکھیے, میرا تو خیال یہ ہے کہ ہمیں اس کو انکریج کرنا چاہیے. آئی ایم ویری اسٹرانگلی آف دا اوپینین کہ ہمیں اس کو انکریج کرنا چاہیے. وی کی ناٹ اسٹے اوے فرام اٹ, اٹس پارٹ آف دا ریالٹی. اور آپ اس کو اگر ماسٹر کرتے ہیں, آئی مین یوز اٹ پازیٹیولی. اسٹوڈنٹس یہ نہیں کہ آپ ایک پرومپٹ لکھیں اور آپ کو اس سے جو بھی اے آئی نے آپ کو جنریٹ کر کے دیا ہے, کسی سوال کا جواب ہے یا کسی پرابلم کا سلوشن ہے, تو آپ اس کو ایز اٹ از پٹ اپ کر دیں. آپ نے اس کو پڑھا بھی نہ ہو, آپ نے اس کو انڈرسٹینڈ بھی نہ کیا ہو, تو یہ اپنے آپ کو نقصان پہنچانے کی بات ہے. سو اسٹوڈنٹس کو یہ سمجھ ہونی چاہیے کہ مارکیٹ میں ریئل لائف میں اگر ہم نے سروائیو کرنا ہے تو ہم نے سیکھ کر سروائیو کرنا ہے. یعنی یہ نہیں کہ میری اسائنمنٹ میں اے گریڈز آ گئے ہیں اور میں نے ایم بی اے یا بی بی اے کر لیا ہے ود ویری ہائی جی پی اے, تو آئی ول بی ویری سکسیزفل ان مائی ریئل لائف. نو, یو وونٹ بی. You will succeed on the basis of what you have learned, and not only what you have learned, but what actually has absorbed into your DNA, جو آپ کی پرسنالٹی کا حصہ بن گیا ہے. یہ ایسے ہی ہے, میں نے تھوڑا سا ریفرنس دیا تھا اپنی پریزنٹیشن میں. لرننگ کے بیسیکلی وی سے دیر آر 4 stages of learning. ایک کو کہا جاتا ہے unconscious incompetence. The first stage, unconscious incompetence, means you have some kind of incompetence. There is something that you don't know, and you don't know about that you don't know it. آپ unconscious ہیں اس کے بارے میں, یعنی incompetent ہیں about something and you are not conscious about it. آپ اس کی realization آپ کو نہیں ہے. تو you live in the dark. پھر جو اگلا سٹیج آتا ہے وہ یہ کہ کسی انٹریکشن سے, کسی ایونٹ کے نتیجے کے طور پر آپ کانشیس انکمپیٹنس کے سٹیج پہ جاتے ہیں. یعنی یو نو دیٹ دیر از سم تھنگ دیٹ یو ڈونٹ نو اینڈ یو نیڈ ٹو نو اٹ. یعنی اس نوئنگ کی ایک ریئلائزیشن ہوتی ہے کہ کچھ ہے جو مجھے سیکھنا چاہیے, جو میری زندگی کو بہتر بنا سکتا ہے, میرے معاملات کو بہتر بنا سکتا ہے, مجھے دوسروں کے لیے زیادہ ہیلپ فل بنا سکتا ہے. سو کانشیس انکمپیٹنس, یو آر اسٹل انکمپیٹنٹ بٹ یو آر ناؤ کانشیس اباؤٹ دیٹ انکمپیٹنس. تو جب آپ کانشیس ہو جاتے ہیں تو پھر آپ سیکھنا شروع کرتے ہیں, سیکھنے کا عمل شروع ہوتا ہے, اور اس سیکھنے کے عمل سے جو نیکسٹ سٹیج آتی ہے اس کو ہم کہتے ہیں کانشیس کمپیٹنس. کہ آپ نے ایک کمپیٹنسی ڈیولپ کر لی ہے لیکن ابھی آپ اس کے ماسٹر نہیں ہوئے. جیسے آپ گاڑی چلانا سیکھتے ہیں نا, نئی گاڑی اگر چلانا سیکھی ہو, یاد ہو کسی کو, تو آپ ہر وقت کانشیس ہوتے ہیں کہ اس وقت میں نے گیئر بدلنا ہے یا اس وقت میں نے بریک لگانی ہے, تو میرا پاؤں بریک پہ جا رہا ہے یا ایکسیلیٹر پہ جا رہا ہے, از اٹ گوئنگ آن دا رائٹ پلیس. تو کانشیس ہوتے ہیں بہت زیادہ, اور پھر آپ اس کی ماسٹری ڈیولپ کر لیتے ہیں, اور جب ماسٹری ڈیولپ ہو جاتی ہے تو دیٹ از کالڈ انکانشیس کمپیٹنس. آپ کمپیٹنٹ ہیں اینڈ تھنگس ہیو بیکم a part of your nature, a part of your DNA. اب آپ کو ڈیسائیڈ نہیں کرنا پڑتا کہ میں اس وقت جس لیڈرشپ کے رول میں ہوں وہاں پہ مجھے ٹرانسفارمیٹیو ہونا ہے یا ٹرانزیکشنل ہونا ہے, یا مجھے کون سی تو آپ ہر وقت کسی ایک فیز میں یا ایک موڈ میں تو نہیں ہو سکتے. ڈفرینٹ سچویشنس کے ساتھ آپ کو ڈفرینٹ جو رولز ہیں وہ اڈاپٹ کرنے ہوتے ہیں, اینڈ دے شوڈ کم نیچرلی ٹو یو. یعنی آپ ایک انکانشیس کمپیٹنس کے لیول پہ آ جائیں کہ یہ جو سچویشن ہے یہ اس طرح سے آپ کو سوچنا نہ پڑے. تو اے آئی جو ہے وہ کمپلیمنٹ کرتی ہے ہیومن انٹیلیجنس کو میرے خیال میں, اور اگر آپ اس کو استعمال نہیں کر رہے, دوسرے لوگ استعمال کر رہے ہیں, تو وہ obviously they will be more capable than you, they will overcome you. تو آپ کو اس کو سیکھنا ہے اور اس کو اڈاپٹ کرنا ہے, اور اس کے ساتھ اپنی جو زندگی ہے اس کو, اپنے معاملات ہیں اس کو ایڈجسٹ کرنا ہے. اگر آپ نہیں کریں گے تو یو ول فال بیہائنڈ. یو کانٹ فائٹ ود دا ٹینکس ود دا سورڈس. تو اگر آپ ایسا ہی کرتے رہیں گے تو مار کھاتے رہیں گے. تو جو اس وقت رائج ٹیکنالوجی ہے, آپ نے اس کو اڈاپٹ کرنا ہے اور اس کو اڈاپٹ کرنے کو انکریج کرنا چاہیے. لیکن ایک جو افسوس کی بات ہے وہ یہ کہ یہ جو ٹرانسفارمیشن ہے یا جو تبدیلی ہے یہ ساری کہیں اور سے آ رہی ہے, اور ہم اس فلو کے ساتھ بہتے چلے جا رہے ہیں. اور اس فلو کے ساتھ جب ہمیں مجبوراً بہنا پڑ رہا ہے تو ہماری بہت ساری جو ویلیو سسٹم ہے ہمارا, یا بہت سارے ہمارے بیلیفس ہیں, یا بہت ساری ہماری اپنی جو ایتھکس ہے, وہ پھر اس میں ڈائلیوٹ ہو جاتی ہے. ہم کہیں پہ اس تبدیلی کو ڈرائیو نہیں کر رہے. تو ہمیں کسی طرح سے یہ سوچنا ہے کہ کیا کسی بھی طریقے سے ٹائم از اوور. اچھا, تو ہمیں یہ سوچنا ہے کہ کیا کسی بھی طریقے سے ہم اس ڈرائیونگ پوزیشن میں آ سکتے ہیں. اور اس ڈرائیونگ پوزیشن میں ہم تبھی آ سکتے ہیں جب ہم محنت کے ساتھ سیکھیں گے, اور جو باؤنڈریز ہیں, جو نالج کی جو وہ پیرافرلز ہیں, وہاں تک ہم اپنے آپ کو لے کر جائیں اور وہاں سے پھر آگے آپ کو ڈیولپ کریں. تو تھینک یو ویری مچ.
سر ایک اور کویسچن,
جی
لاسٹ کویسچن.
ہاں
سر لوگ آپ کو جانتے ہیں ایز این انٹیلیجنٹ پرسن, بٹ ہم نے چونکہ آپ کے ساتھ کام کیا ہے, آپ ہمارے باس رہے کافی ٹائم, تو ہم آپ کو ایز این ایموشنل انٹیلیجنٹ پرسن بھی جانتے ہیں. تو میرے کویسچن کے دو حصے ہیں, کائنڈلی پلیز اس پہ آپ بات کیجیے گا. پہلا حصہ یہ ہے کہ کتنا رول پلے کرتا ہے ایموشنل انٹیلیجنس آپ کے کریئر گروتھ میں, کتنا رول پلے کرتی ہے. اور سیکنڈ جو اس کا پارٹ ہے, کیا ہم اس میں ایموشنلی انٹیلیجنٹ بننے کے لیے کوئی آپ ایسے کیا اسٹیپس لے سکتے ہیں کہ ایک انسان جو ایموشنلی انٹیلیجنٹ نہیں ہے وہ اس کے کے اندر یہ چیز ڈیولپ کرنی ہو, so is there any process?
تو سب سے پہلے تو اس کو کانشیس ہونا چاہیے کہ یہ چیز میں نے سیکھنی ہے, یعنی اگر کسی میں کوئی کمی ہے تو ہمیں سیکھنی ہے. ہم عام طور پہ نا, جیسے اب میں آپ کے ساتھ گفتگو کر رہا ہوں تو یہ بہت ضروری ہے کہ میں اپنے آپ میں ایبزارو نہ ہو جاؤں. میں یہ بھی دیکھوں کہ جو میرے سامنے اتنے سارے لوگ بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں یہ میری بات کو کس طرح سے ریسیو کر رہے ہیں. آر دے لائکنگ اٹ؟ کسی کو بھوک تو نہیں لگی ہوئی, کسی کو جلدی تو نہیں ہے کہ یار یہ کیا فضول بات ہے, ہم تو کھانا لگ گیا تو اب کھانا کھانے چلتے ہیں, تو ایسا تو نہیں ہے. تو آئی شوڈ ہیو دیٹ فیلنگ, اور وہ جو ایک کنیکشن ہے وہ ہمارا رہنا چاہیے. کلاس روم میں ایز ٹیچرز بھی ہمارے سامنے جو آڈینس بیٹھی ہے تو ہمیں اس کے, اور جب آپ کوئی مینیجریل پوزیشنز میں ہوتے ہیں تو obviously emotional intelligence is very very important. How to deal with people, آپ ان کے ایموشنز کو بھی سمجھیں, ان کی اور ہمارے تو اگر آپ وہ مذہب کو بھی دیکھیں نا تو ہماری بہت ساری چھوٹی چھوٹی ایسی چیزیں ہیں جو ہمیں گائیڈ کرتی ہیں کہ کیا چیز ہے جو ایکسٹریم امپورٹنس کی ہے. یعنی ہم کہتے ہیں کہ دوسروں کے لیے وہی سوچیں جو آپ اپنے لیے سوچتے ہیں, ٹھیک ہے, جو آپ اپنے لیے چاہتے ہیں وہ دوسروں کے لیے چاہتے. اس کا مطلب کیا ہے؟ یو نیڈ ٹو پلیس یور سیلف ان ادر پیپلس پوزیشن, ٹھیک ہے. تو اگر آپ دوسرے کی پوزیشن میں کھڑے ہو کے سوچتے ہیں تو آپ کو صحیح معنوں میں سمجھ آ جاتی ہے کہ مجھے اس وقت کیا کرنا چاہیے, فیصلہ کیا کرنا چاہیے, یا جو ایکشن ہے وہ کیا کرنا چاہیے. تو ایموشنل انٹیلیجنس بھی جو ہے وہ آپ کی جو باقی انٹیلیجنس ہے اس کو انہینس کرنے کے لیے, کمپلیمنٹ کرنے کے لیے ہے, اور یہ ظاہر ہے بہت زیادہ ضروری ہے. وین ڈیلنگ ود پیپل یو نیڈ ٹو انڈرسٹینڈ دا پیپل. تو تھینک یو ویری مچ. مجھے پتہ نہیں لگ رہا کون بول رہا ہے. سر
ایک کمنٹ ہے, آپ نے ابھی آرٹیفیشیل انٹیلیجنس کی بات کی کہ اس کو ہمیں استعمال کرنا چاہیے, ہم پیچھے رہ جائیں گے. وہ کہتے ہیں کہ ہمیں آرٹیفیشیل انٹیلیجنس پر زیادہ توجہ دینے کی بجائے نیچرل اسٹوپیڈیٹی پہ زیادہ توجہ دینی چاہیے. آپ کا کیا خیال ہے؟
نہیں, بات بالکل ٹھیک ہے جی. یہ تو آئی ایگری ود یو کہ اس وقت تو ہم اپنے ارد گرد دیکھیں تو میرا خیال ہے جو نیچرل اسٹوپیڈیٹی ہے دیٹ ڈومینیٹس ایوری تھنگ. ساری اسپیس اس نے لی ہوئی ہے. لیکن وہ ایک اور بھی بات کہتے ہیں نا کہ آپ جب خالی چھوڑتے ہیں کوئی جگہ, دماغ میں اچھے تھاٹس نہیں ہوں گے تو برے تھاٹس جو ہیں وہ خود بخود اس کو آکیوپائی کر لیں گے. تو جب آپ کوئی جگہ خالی چھوڑتے ہیں تو طاقتور چیزیں اس جگہ کو آکیوپائی کر لیتی ہیں. تو انٹیلیجنس چاہے ریئل ہے یا یا آرٹیفیشل ہے, اس کو اپنی جگہ جو ہے اس پہ مضبوطی سے کھڑے رہنا چاہیے تاکہ اسٹوپیڈیٹی جو ہے وہ اس کو آکیوپائی نہ کرے. تو آل دا بیسٹ جی. تھینک یو.
Now we will take a short lunch break and prayer break. Please join again after 30 minutes. Student, please wait for a while. serving as the Vice President at International Islamic University, Islamabad. With over 25 years of experience in academia, Dr. Abdur Rahman has held important leadership roles, including Dean of the Faculty of Management Sciences at Islamic University and Director of Qaid-e-Azam School of Management Sciences at Qaid-e-Azam University, Islamabad. Dr. Abdur Rahman will speak on the topic of digital transformation challenges, the way forward. His expertise in navigating the evolving digital landscape will provide us with practical insight for tackling the challenges ahead. Please welcome Dr. Abdur Rahman on stage. Please, sir.
Laptop. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Director, University Institute of Management Sciences, Dr. Malik Ikram. Honorable faculty members of University Institute of Management Sciences, distinguished guests, dear students, Assalamu alaikum. It's really a great honor for me to be here in front of you and just to bring in your knowledge that I'm also the alumni of this university and this Institute of Management Sciences. I did my MBA from this university, from Institute of Management Sciences, and served in your institute as a faculty member for around 17 years. So it's a great honor for me to be here in front of you and to speak something about digital transformation, which is need of the time. Ladies and gentlemen, just to introduce you that although my area of expertise is in finance, financial management, specifically if we talk about corporate finance, and my research area is also the corporate finance, working capital management and productivity growth. But when they shared with me the title of the conference, so I decided to speak with you on the topic which is near to my heart, and especially for the last 4 years, the task which I'm performing initially as Dean Faculty of Management Sciences at International Islamic University, and then later as a Vice President Academics, and additionally Vice President Administration and Finance, where I was directly engaged in the digital transformation which is taking place in International Islamic University. So because of that, I decided that I will be talking with you and I will share my thoughts, experience with you on the topic of digital transformation challenges and the way forward. Just to introduce you about the topic, that because from morning I came to know that Dr. Rauf Azam also talked about digital transformation, and with many other colleagues, they were talking about the topic. So my topic or discussion would be specific to the challenges, and I'll not be talking much about the global perspective, but about the national perspective. And in national perspective, my focus will be specifically on the public sector organizations. So initially, I will discuss with you some of the challenges which the public sector organizations in Pakistan, because we all are familiar the transformation which is going on and taking place in different public sector organizations. For example, if we see about NADRA, we see about Passport Office, and there are a lot many National Bank of Pakistan. So we can imagine, and we'll be discussing that what were the initial challenges which were they facing, and then after transformation, what the benefits they derived from that. So similarly, in that context, after discussing about the public sector issues and challenges, then I will be presenting you a case study with reference to International Islamic University So the journey of International Islamic University in terms of digital transformations, so what changes we are making and what the work is still in progress, which is because it's not a one-time or a day or a month decision that you are going to be transformed into a digital era, but it's a long journey which takes a lot of time and maybe in years in order to transform in the actual worth of an organization. So in that context, I'll be discussing with you the perspective of International Islamic University, and then finally I will be discussing something about the way forward, that what needs to be done and what are the important things which need to be taken care of while, because we all are sitting, we are all having the experience of public sector organization and especially the universities, because in the corporate sector, in the public sector organizations, you can say that the source are the student coming from the universities. So ultimately, this is something universities who are producing graduates, and there must be certain skill set which need to be there in order to be performing well in the corporate or public sector organizations in the country. We all are aware that it's a global phenomena. Digital transformation is taking place all over the world. But if we talk about the challenges, so it's relevant to countries. So each country has its own set of challenges. It's not something that the challenge which is applicable to maybe with reference to UK, so might not be the relevant factor here in Pakistan. Because in our Pakistan, we have our own dynamics, and accordingly, as per those dynamics, we have to take care of those challenges which we are facing, and accordingly, we need to make a strategy to deal with those challenges. So that will be the last section, and with that, I will be sharing some of the examples from the public sector organizations which have transformed in digital transformation. So coming to digital transformation, if we talk about, so as per as the definition, you all are aware, so there are main three things we can say. One is the initial integration. It's an integration of what? It's simply the digital technology integrating in all processes of the organization. So remember that it's not only the technology. We say that digital transformation means that it's only the technology and that technology is going to transform you. It's not like that. So in digital transformation, in true sense, it's an integration of the technology in all of the processes of the organizations. So if we talk about the HR, so we have to deal with it in the digital transformation. If it's finance, we have to deal with it. So in all of the perspectives and areas of the organization, we need to integrate all of them. Then we can get some benefit out of that. Otherwise, if we just say that we have the technology and it's going to outperform, so it's not like that. So we need to be clear about this part, that it's the integration process. Second, it's a change. Because we know that, and in the curriculum we all study, that there must be some value for every cost. Whatever you spend, there must be some value creation. So similarly, a huge investment is going to take place in the digital transformation. So it's a huge cost. So ultimately, we must be getting something out of it. So that something is basically value creation. In daily life, we all perform our cost-benefit analysis, and if the benefits are greater than cost, we go for that, and similarly in the organizations. In digital transformation perspective, we also have to deal with the same thing. That if there is value creation, so that means the change is taking place and that is beneficial for the society. Similarly, customer expectations, satisfaction about the customer expectations. So we can say that this digital transformation is a change phenomenon. It's a change process. And finally, the third part is the shift, because as a result of this digital transformation, you are going to totally shift your organization. Your culture needs to be changed. Your dynamics need to be changed. Your operations, they are going to be changed as a result of digital transformation. Because when we go for digital transformation, so there may be certain things which need to be eliminated. You all are aware about the Frederick Taylor, as a student of management sciences, scientific management principles. So there are many things when we are going for re-engineering or reprocess, so those are going to be eliminated. So similarly, in this process of re-engineering, reprocess, we are going to eliminate many of the things which were previously we were doing it in manual process, and as a result of this digital transformation, we are going to have something different. So in this context, we say that this is a comprehensive definition of digital transformation where we have to see main three things, what I discussed. First, it's an integration. Second, it's a change process. And third, it's a shift from one to other. Now, coming specific, as I told you that challenges, they play a very vital role, and understanding of those challenges, especially for the public sector organizations, that's very important in today's era, because we know that around 50% of the transformations, they are going to fail because of not properly implementing the process. So it's a complex process. It's not a simple process. We say that it's a digital transformation and it's going to take place within few days. So it's a complex phenomena, so we need to take care of the challenges which you are going to face with reference to digital transformation. So I'll be brief with reference to those challenges. So if we talk about the challenges, so there are a number of challenges, and these challenges are based on the research work which is being done by many of the students, PhD scholars, and our experts in the area of digital transformation in the International Islamic University. So based on that discussion in the seminars, we are going to present you some of the challenges of the public sector organizations. So the first one is the bureaucratic resistance. So as far as bureaucratic resistance is, we all are aware about our public sector dynamics, that we have a structure in which that is bureaucratic in nature, and that structure is going to make hurdles or impede the digital transformation. Then the second one is about infrastructure gaps, because in the public sector organization, including our university, maybe the University of Arid Agriculture Rawalpindi and Islamic University, because I have the experience of working in 4 to 5 public sector universities. With that, I have gone through from all business schools of the Pakistan with reference to Business Accreditation Council, so visited number of those institutes. So based on that, I can say that especially in our public sector organizations and in the universities, we are facing this challenge that our infrastructure, our IT infrastructure, that is not going to support this digital transformation. So ultimately, if that is the case, then that infrastructure change need resources. And resources, we all are aware that especially in the public sector organizations, from the government level to universities and all sectors, we are facing this huge issue of resources, financial resources, in order to transform them. So that's again a big challenge. Then the third is the skill gap. Because if we talk about the organizations, public sector organizations, we are facing this limitation, and especially as I told you that working with this phenomena of digital transformation in the International Islamic University and dealing with the people. So this is again a major hurdle in the public sector organizations, because the people who are working in the organizations, they feel that whatever they are doing, that is the rule. The way they are doing their practice, that is the rule. But in actually reality, it's not the case. So that's another phenomena where that the skill set of those individuals working in the organizations, that is going to hinder the digital transformation. And then finally, the legacy system. Legacy system means whatever they were doing for the decades, they feel that this is the solution, and this must keep on going. Change to resistance. So these are the 4 fundamental factors. With that, we will be discussing these factors depending on the management focal person. If we have the time, we can discuss them in detail. And otherwise, we can have a separate session on digital transformation at any time in the university, and we can have a detailed discussion. So with these 4 major factors, if we talk about the details, so you can find out that with reference to bureaucratic resistance, what I mean to say is that there is rigid structures. So the structures must be dynamic. They must be flexible. But in our public sector organization, those rigid structures, they are going to impede the digital transformation. Similarly, staff resistance. No one is willing to change, and we have experienced it. No one is going to learn something or change. And we all are aware that in the public sector organizations, you cannot 100% change or you can 100% replace your employees. You have to live with them. But as a leader, as a transformation agent, what you need to do is you need to change their behavior. You need to change their mindsets. You need to bring change by focusing, by increasing their capacity. And for that, we all are aware that this is going to make a cost. But I think that this cost of increasing the capacity building of the employees, it's not a cost. It is something we need to do in order to improve because you cannot replace all of your employees. You have to go with them. So the best way is that whatever you have, and that's what we did, that we try to transform. We had separate training sessions. We have a separate section which is going to design the trainings for those employees during this digital transformations. And the same is that the public sector organizations which have transformed digitally, they did the same. The examples are, as I quoted you a few examples at the start, so they basically shows that these are the ways by which they have transformed. So for that staff resistance, we need to take care of. That's again a big challenge, and lack of incentives. No one is going to change or willing to work unless he is going to give some sort of motivation. So motivation can be of different types, you know better than me. So you need to make that work of digital transformation in a way that one should feel pride and one should feel motivated by doing that work. So this is the main, I think, that the hurdle which is going to hinder the digital transformation, and for that, we the policymakers, we the top management in the organizations, we need to take care of this particular aspect, that how we are going to deal with it. And I will be suggesting something towards the end in this regard. Then about the second, lack of infrastructure. Again, three aspects. One is the IT infrastructure, your hardware, your software, your financial limitations. You need resources, as I already told you, that without cost, without incurring something, you won't be able to get or perform digital transformation. And the third is internet access, especially in the rural areas where this internet connectivity, again, a major hurdle in the way of digital transformation. So this is, again, one of the main challenges with reference to public sector organizations which need to be taken care of when we are going for the digital transformation. And similarly, then the skill gap and legacy system. I already discussed about this aspect, that the literacy of the individuals, literacy of the employees who are working, digital literacy, that is almost not available there, and you have to take care that how you can make this literacy possible. And outdated technology, we already discussed about it, and that data fragmentations. Because we have the data available in pieces in an organization, you might be having that if you want to get some information, so if you are going to get it from the HR, you are going to get something different. And if you are going to get the same information from finance section, you will be getting different information because your data is at different places and that's not integrated. And that's the objective of the digital transformation. Sure. So this is skill gap. Then they just told me that I have 5 minutes, so I'll be just trying to finish it as early as possible. So now, important thing about the IIU digital transformation. So in the IIU, we are focused on three main things: people, process orientation, integration, and then third is the bureaucratic reforms. So as far as the people-centered, as I told you that we are aware that we have to live with these employees, we have to work. So for that, the top management, we decided that we need to transform our individuals. For that, we did number of things which I'll be discussing. Then process integration. And it's open to you. You people can come to International Islamic University, especially in this process integration. You will find that we have the Student Facilitation Center. Our students in every university, they face certain issues, and especially in IIU, where we have a setup that a full sector is there and our different departments are located at different locations. So it's very difficult for the students to go for their different tasks, for example, finance part, their degree section, their examinations. So all are scattered at different places. So we decided that we are going to transform, seeing the best practices, and our one of president of the university, which was from Saudi Arabia, he actually knows the model working there, and so he decided that we are going to make a transformation, and we will have the student facilitation center here, where all of these student-related activities are placed at under one roof, and students need not to travel in different departments in order to get their work done. So we have 8 to 10 activities performed in the same under same roof in the student facilitation center, and it's not that this student facilitation center is in isolation, rather it's completely integrated with different departments. So I can quote you different examples. For example, in the current admissions, so we did almost 6,000 plus admissions. That's the record admission this year. So what we did, all that was done through new system, through digital transformation. And as a result of that, now I'm able to get the information that how much fees collected, how much fees pending, all information is available on my desk. So previously that was not the case. So this is called as digital transformation. So we can get a lot of benefits. As I told you that if you talk about the process re-engineering, the problem of the student, then solution, centralized platform for registration, fee, payment, and academic record at one place. The result is reduced bottlenecks, improved efficiency, and better student satisfaction. So these are the objectives, and that's the objective of the digital transformation in IIUI. Similarly, as reforming bureaucracy, we did that, we changed the structure of the organization, organogram of the university. So that was changed in order to remove those bottlenecks and hierarchy in the organizations, so that structure you might not be able to, because it's not visible, it's very small, so you can get the copy of that. So we made it as per the functions, we classified them under different heads, and then with that, not only transformation at the organization level, then at department level and faculty level, we also did the transformation. We changed the organogram in the departments as well. So the objective, just to tell you that in this digital transformation, it's not only something that it's technology that is going to be immersify you or going to help you. It is the total transformation in terms of three major things. Your technology is one part, it must be people-centric, and it should be process, re-engineering, process-oriented. So by doing this, you can actually get benefit out of that. So just be trying to be very brief. So collaborative, building skills, all these challenges we already discussed. Now, there are some case studies, NADRA, Passport Office, State Bank of Pakistan, and there are a number of other studies which have been conducted by our university in these different organizations by our scholars, PhD scholars and MPhil scholars. And their findings are given. For example, if we talk about the NADRA, so challenge, you can see that what were the previous challenges. So then what transformation, you all are aware about the ID card and all things. So as a result of what benefits today we are getting by doing that through NADRA, so that's available. Similarly, for the passport office transformation, so people who are sitting, for example, 10, 15 years back when we were used to get our passport, so what were the activities from which we have to pass on, and now it's all digital and you can easily get benefits. Similarly, in the State Bank of Pakistan, if we talk about the digital payments, financial inclusion, and all those things, they are taking place because of this in the State Bank of Pakistan, different digital payments like those which were not in any bank, now through Telenor, Jazz Cash, and all those facilities that has transformed, and now everyone in the rural areas, in the villages, they can get benefit out of that. So that's actually that your digital transformation, whatever you are doing, that must provide some value to your customers. And that's what these organizations have done. And same is with reference to Islamic University. It's a government organization, institution. So we need to think about, because we are sitting in the public sector university, that when we talk about the people, so we need to focus not only one of the aspects, but if we talk about the university, you need to transform your student, you need to transform your faculty, you need to transform your staff. So that's why I said that it must be people-oriented. So then second, it must be process re-engineering. And third, there must be technology. So if we combine all, so as a result of that, this digital transformation is not about technology, but it is about the people, process, and technology and culture. So I just, because the time they have already, I have taken a few minutes extra. So I conclude my discussion here. There are just key factors or strategy for the success. So we can have some other time and we can discuss them in detail. For example, leadership commitment, that's the prerequisite, because strategy always comes from the top. So there must be commitment from the top management, otherwise you won't be able to get this digital transformation. Then there must be strategic investment. So you must see that as a vision where you want to see your organizations after 5-10 years. So considering that, you need to make investment today. And similarly, your skill development, you need to have training processes, you have learning processes, and continuous learning should be there in order to improve the skill set. And not only for the employees, but if we talk about the universities, for the students as well. So in your curriculum, skill orientation must be there. At faculty level, your curriculum should be updated as we did based on Bloom's taxonomy, and based on that, you should have program learning outcomes. And so everything need to be changed in order to get the benefits of the true digital transformation. So with these final words, that it must be people-centric, it should create value, and there must be empowerment. And as a result, finally, it's a holistic approach, not dealing with the individual departments, but as a holistic approach, you have to take all them. So with these words, I once again thank you very much for listening me, and inshallah, at some other time, we can have a detailed discussion about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are very grateful for your time and effort. As a token of appreciation, I would now like to invite Director UIMS, Professor Dr. Ikram Ali Malik, to present a souvenir to Dr. Abdur Rahman in recognition of his remarkable contribution and for joining us today. Please, sir, join on stage. Thank you so much, sir. Your perspectives are thought-provoking and have certainly sparked many ideas that will stay with us long after this event. We are very grateful for your time and effort. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled as Strategies for Getting Published in the Disruptive World of Knowledge. In today's fast-changing environment of research and publishing, this session will give us valuable tips on how to get our work done published. For that purpose, we are honored to have two amazing experts, international experts. Dr. Shaila, can you hear me? You can unmute your mic, please.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Thank you so much. We also have Dr. David. Dr. David, can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, thank you so much. We are very honored that you two amazing experts are here with us. Dr. David, he is a professor of corporate social responsibility at many top universities, including London School of Commerce, Shanghai University, Instead University in Malaysia. He is also the president of Social Responsibility Research Network. He has years of experience in the world of academic research and publishing. Thank you so much, sir. It is also my pleasure to introduce Ms. Shehla Saifi, an accomplished expert in sustainability and corporate social responsibility. Madam Shehla is a director and conference chair of the Social Responsibility Research Network and editor-in-chief of a journal, Technological Sustainability, which is published by Arid. Thank you so much, Dr. Shehla and Dr. David. Now it's over to you. You can start your session, please. We are excited to hear your advices on how to get published in the disruptive and fast-moving world of knowledge. Over to you.
Thank you very much for this introduction. You made my job easier now. So I'm going to start, and then after me, my guru, David Crowder, will talk. And in fact, it will be a very informal talk, which means that in some of the slides, I will talk, then David will talk, and and in the end, then there will be room for you to ask any questions if you have. Okay. So as it was mentioned, my name is Shehla Saifi. I am the editor-in-chief of Technological Sustainability, and David is editor-in-chief of Social Responsibility Journal. So I was told that, in fact, today the audience are basically among students. Doesn't matter in what level of academic work we are. Computation is very important, as plays a very key role in our success, and also because it's a way in order to contribute to knowledge, which is the role of any academic. So now I want to introduce the journal that I edit, Technological Sustainability, to you. But in order to do that, it's always better to tell you about the history of the journal, Technological Sustainability, why it is important and why it was created. In fact, I have learned anything about CSR and about sustainability from David. And one of the things that David always tells me is that if we accept that there are three pillars to sustainability, pillars of economy, society, and environment, the same equally applies to social responsibility. So, considering the pillar of environment, then it includes issues such as, you mentioned it, such as, for example, global warming, climate change, energy, water resources, water scarcity, resources scarcity, all of these things. So, I used to tell David that this journal, Social Responsibility Journal, which is the leading journal in the area, it really needs to expand its field of interest to include more technological and scientific aspects of sustainability as well. So David didn't do that, but in the end, just in order to get rid of me, he told me that, okay, I'm not going to do that, but instead, you go and start a special issue for the journal, for Social Responsibility Journal. And I just grabbed this opportunity, for a journal like Social Responsibility, that they receive so many papers already. So a room for a special issue is highly valuable if
if you have such a opportunity. So I just grabbed this chance, and I named it scientific and technological contributions to social responsibility. Then it was really interesting that people who are addicted to a special issue, they understand what I'm saying. Sometimes you start a special issue, but it will never, finish, because having enough number of high-quality papers for a journal like SRJ is a difficult thing to do. In this case, in almost a short, period of time, I received enough number of papers for one issue. Then, interestingly, this issue led to the second version of the same. And then, so we had 2 issues completed. So even now, when you go to the website of SRJ, you will see that these 2 issues are still, if not the top, I'm not sure. Maybe it is still the top. Maybe it is the top. The top special issue that the Social Responsibility Journal has ever had. So it shows that there has been a kind of interest in the area, there has been some demand. Also, it is thanks to our network, SRNet, which having thousands of members around the world, it reaches main people in the area. So I went back to David and said, okay, so now I proved myself right in my claim that there is a need for these areas, so are you going to do that now? And he said, no, I'm not going to do that, but instead you go and start your own journal. So it was the start of technological sustainability. So the journal started at 2021, and if you ask me what's this journal about, I will tell you very shortly that it is about evaluation of technology in achieving sustainability, okay? And for those people who are interested in submitting a paper to the journal, I would recommend you that there is a paper there that at the moment it is free for anybody who wants to read it, and it is written by David and is published in the journal. And over there, David discusses the pros and cons of technology in achieving sustainability. So if you want to know more about the journal, read that. It will be helpful to you. So I think that for now, I better ask David to continue for this. Something else is that, sorry David, something else is that the journal is already Scopus indexed, and it's quite a successful journal, even though it is very young, but I expect even more to happen.
Okay, thank you, Charlotte. I think the important point from all of that, apart from the importance of this journal, is to understand there are things change, there are needs for new journals. So if you cannot find a journal to publish your work in, maybe what you're looking at is a gap in the market, and you need to think about starting a new journal. Social Responsibility Journal started for exactly that reason. 20 years ago, I organised the first conference, the International Conference on Corporate Social Responsibility. There's now been 20 odd of these conferences, but at the time, I called it the first international conference because that's what it was, the first ever international conference on corporate social responsibility. Lots of people came and presented their papers. At the end of it, there's nowhere suitable for people to publish. So I started a journal, Social Responsibility Journal. It started small, like technological sustainability. It wasn't in Scopus, because Scopus didn't exist at the time, but it's now in Scopus, and it's Q1 in Islamabaad, etc. And it's over time, it expanded in size. So it now publishes 10 issues a year, and in each issue there are 10 papers. So this makes it one of the largest journals around. Well, in fact, we'll discuss about getting published in journals in a minute or two. The other point I want to make is that both these journals are official journals of the Social Responsibility Research Network, which gives it some kind of standing in the field, but we'll come back to that also later on. So let's move on. We all need to publish. We all want to publish. We've all got ideas. We want to tell people about ideas, etc. And all our universities expect us to publish. But the thing you need to understand is those expectations vary between one university and another, and certainly vary between one country and another. So what's considered good publishing for you in your department, in your university, doesn't apply to everybody else necessarily. In other words, what you've got to do is check what the rules are for your university, what the expectations are for your university, and comply with them. But let me point out rule number one, the first rule of publishing. You publish for yourself. You publish for your career. So what you do should be what's best for you, not what may or may not be best for anybody else, but it's, to a large extent, it's selfish publishing. We publish because we've got things to say and we want people to hear them. So recognise that is what it's all about. Then you've got a paper, you want to publish, and you need to consider the options. I've shown three different categories here, really. First is a high status journal, such as Social Responsibility Journal. We get many submissions. We have a high rejection rate, and you can wait up to 2 years from initial submission to when you get published. When I say many submissions and a high rejection rate, for SIJ, I told you we publish 100 papers a year, 10 issues of 10 papers, but we get 1,000 submissions. That tells you we have to reject 90% of the submissions. So it's not easy to get published. If you look for a new journal, things might be different. There'll be fewer submissions, there'll be a lower rejection rate, and quicker publication. And of course, all high status journals started as new journals, and it was easy to publish, and then several years later you got a paper published in a top journal. As Charlotte said, technological sustainability is a relatively new journal. It gets fewer submissions. It doesn't really have much lower rejection rate, but it has a quicker publication. Then the third category is those journals where basically you just pay and you get published. There's plenty of those around. We've seen them advertising quick publication and such like. All that tells you is the standard is low. So my advice to everybody is, unless you're really desperate, avoid that kind of journal.
Okay, So, David, is it okay if I go ahead here?
Okay.
Okay. So, about the process of acceptance for a journal. These figures that are written here, they are equally true about all the proper journals, you know. So we should say it like this, you know, at the start we all submit our journal, our papers to a journal, okay? So here at this stage, then some of the papers will directly get rejected by the editor before the editor sends it for any reviewer, okay? So it's about 35% of these papers. So about the journal that I did, then this percentage is a bit higher than this, of course. Then after this, then the papers, the other papers which are not that's rejected by the editor, they are sent to the reviewers. And review is a process of double-blind review. But it doesn't mean that we always have only 2 reviewers. Sometimes the editor may feel that another reviewer is needed. Maybe, you know, the other reviewer had just accepted, but as, you know, had the problem, difficulty, excuse, anything, so has never submitted the review, so another reviewer is needed. Sometimes the editor is not happy with the quality of one review, therefore requests another reviewer to do it. And so I have to say that the role of reviewers for any journal is golden, you know, because these are people who, they don't know you and you don't know them, but they spend their time in order to improve, help you improve the quality of the paper to come to the status of that particular journal. So in this stage, around 23% of papers will get rejected. And then, interestingly, accepted after review is 0, isn't it? You always should expect to receive some, request for revision. So when you receive such a request, do not get disappointed. In fact, it means that the reviewers have thought that your paper is good enough to be given a chance to improve the quality of your paper. So about 42% of papers will get a request to revise. And very sadly, about 14% of people at this stage never submit again. Perhaps they think that they either don't like the reviewers' comments, which in fact they should always consider that if they have some justification, they can write that for this reason, I do not agree with the reviewer. Surely the reviewer and the editors will listen to them. Or some people just think that it is the end, and so if they have received a revision request, it means rejection, which is not true. And okay, about 80% of people also get rejected after revision, which means that if you have revised your paper and sent it, it's no guarantee that now your paper will be accepted. 18% of these papers will get rejected. And in the end, about 10% will get accepted. David, do you have anything now to add?
I'd just like to add a few points to that. Firstly, Charlotte said the number of papers accepted after first review is 0. which is almost true, but it's not obligatory, it doesn't have to be that. So it is possible to get a paper accepted after a first review, but it's very rare. In the 20 years that I've been editing SIJ, one paper fell into that category. The second point I want to make in terms of revisions is there can be several revisions needed because you revise a paper and the reviewers look at it and say you still need to make some changes, so there's a third and maybe a fourth or fifth review. But what the reviewers and what the editor are trying to do is make your paper clear to the readers and to bring it up to an acceptable standard. So don't be annoyed by this. Look at it as a way of improving your paper. We can all benefit from other people's comments to improve our work. So that's part of the process, and it's a helpful part of the process if you look at it in the right way. And as Charles said, about 40% of people never resubmit after being asked for revisions. And I think that's a terrible shame. You've done a lot of work and you don't bother to take the last step. I'll tell you one story though. Many years ago, the guy who worked in the office next to me, I asked him why he didn't publish, and he told me that when he was young he submitted a paper to a journal and it came back with revisions required, and he thought he wasn't good enough to be a published academic, and he never revised and he never resubmitted, never submitted any other work ever again. Now that is a terrible game. Look at it, expect to be asked to revise, look at it, these people are putting effort into helping you to improve your paper. We all gain from that. The readers see a more comprehensible, better paper, and you've got a good publication. So don't look at this negatively, look at it positively. Oh, no, that's it.
Thank you, Ed. I really learned something new from you now. Okay, so now let's see what are the strategies that we can increase our chances in order to get successful when we submitted our paper to a journal. Let me be very honest with you. I'm a very lazy person, which means that if I have a lot of several gadgets or appliances at my home, and always the last thing that I do is to look at the catalog of the product if something happens, if it fails, And then I realized that particular gadget already had some applications that I never found out about them. So David always says something interesting. It says that if something goes wrong, look at the specification, something like that. This is what he said, which is true. And I have to say that the same is equally true about us when we want to submit our papers to a journal, but a lot of us, The last thing that we do is to familiarize yourself with the website of the journal or the journal. So I'm telling you that please consider, read the website of the journal before submitting your paper to the journal and see what it is about. It is very important, really. For example, you have written a paper which is very valuable, good enough to get a Nobel Prize, okay? But not relevant to a topic of a journal. For example, in my case that I told you, the journal is about evaluating the role of technology in achieving sustainability. Then you send a paper about just psychology, okay? Or you write something about, let me tell you about a field that I very much like because I have a degree in physics as well. If you send a paper about the farthest galaxy, okay? It is very interesting, but as long as the effect of that galaxy on us on the planet, and the sustainability of us on the planet, and the role of technology is not clear, then the paper will get rejected. So consider this. This is very important. Another thing that I want to tell you is that when something, an issue becomes very topical, very fashionable, then a journal receives a lot of papers about the same issue, which may or may not be a good point, because it is good because the subject is topical and it has a lot of people who are waiting to know more about this, but also it makes the editor more selective in choosing only the best, okay? Another thing that I want to tell you to consider here is it's always good to look at the list of editorial board. Looking at them, you will, if the paper that you are going to submit, or the topic of your research is relevant to that journal, surely, or most probably, it's better to say, you will find perhaps a couple of names there that you already know. They are among people who have already published in the subject of your research. These are the kind of things that I can mention. So now I ask David if he wants to add to these.
Yeah, this is really important, this thing we're talking about here, because one of the most common reasons for papers to get rejected is that people did not bother to see that the journal was appropriate for their work. So if you go to a journal website, everyone, it says, this is the aim of the journal and this is the scope of it, and we're interested in papers in these areas and a list of areas and such like. But it also says more than that. It can say, for example, it's the European Journal of something or other, or it's the Middle East Journal of something or other. That tells you that the area covered is restricted. So if you're in Australia, you don't really want to submit to the Middle East Journal of something or other, unless you specifically write about it. So take a little bit of care like that. But also, journals tell you about what methods they consider acceptable. So you'll see some want case study type research and some do not want case study research. They say so. Some want only quantitative studies, some want only qualitative studies. These are examples. Each journal says what kind of things it is interested in, more, not just the topic, but the methods used and the area covered and such like. Pay attention to these, because, like I say, this is one of the most numerous reasons why papers do get rejected, because people have submitted to the wrong journal. And then, as Charlotte says, have a look at the editorial board. If the editorial board, if everybody in the editorial board comes from one country or one geographical area, that tells you if you come from those areas, you've got a better chance of publishing than if you come from a different area. Or if you look at the editorial board and you don't recognise any name there, maybe you're submitting to the wrong journal. Maybe look for a different journal. There's plenty of journals around. They're all overlapping the kinds of things they cover. So take a little bit of effort to find the right journal. Find the right journal for you and for your work. That's all I'm saying. Take a little bit of trouble, and then that reduces your chance of being rejected. The other most important reasons why people get their papers rejected, I'll start with the bottom line first. Every journal says it expects papers of a certain length, and I use the words between 5,000 and 8,000 here because that applies to both the journals that we edit, but it can be different in different journals. Take the trouble to look at it. But don't just take the trouble to look at it and ignore it. Take the trouble to obey it. So I see a paper which is 2,500 words long, and what happens to it? I reject it. Or I see a paper that is 12 or 13,000 words long. What happens? I reject it. Doesn't matter how good it is. What you've got to remember, all journals are constrained by their publisher, and if I accepted journal papers which were 16,000 words long instead of 8,000 words, I could only publish half as many as I do because the publishing constraints restrict it. So take the time to look at what the journal says. Every journal will tell you something about this, and obey it. I know it's a huge number of people plainly do not take any notice of this because they submit all kinds of different lengths and they get rejected for that reason. Having said that, I have to say, when I was a new researcher, I was guilty of this because I submitted a paper to a journal and they just rejected it because it was too long. So we don't publish papers this long. And ever since, I learned my lesson straight away. Ever since, I've taken the trouble to look at what's expected from the journal. The other thing that's important, increasingly important, is to understand research ethics for authorship. These state that you must include everybody who's made a substantial and meaningful contribution to the paper on its submission, and exclude anybody who hasn't made such a contribution. And when you submit a paper, you do it online and you sign a certificate which says, you said this is original, it's not under consideration anywhere else, and all authors have been included. So you cannot expect at a revision stage to add some more authors. That is not within the ethics of authorship, and you're likely to find that your paper gets rejected. And I see quite a few people trying to do this, add additional authors at the time. There can be all kinds of reasons, but I won't dwell on any of those. But if you don't agree with what the certificate you sign in the first place says, don't submit. But if you do submit, you have to have complied with that. And that says all authors have been included. So make sure that is the case. Like I say, these two reasons account for a huge number of rejections. So what I've been saying over the last few minutes is if you take the trouble to submit to the right journal, in the right format, in the right length, then include all the authors in the first place and do everything you're supposed to do, you double your chance of your paper being accepted, maybe more than double your chance. And that's worth taking a little bit of trouble to do so. Are you going to say anything here, Charlotte, or do you want me to?
You please, but I think that we should leave, so please, if you can talk shortly, I appreciate it.
Okay then. Right. A good paper has three important components. The research is situated through a good literature review. The analysis of whatever data is good analysis, competent analysis, in whatever format is considered appropriate for the data and the paper. And often those two are okay, and the third one is not adequately dealt with. You have to, you do some research, you analyse some data, and you then have to consider the implications of the data. It's not sufficient to have done some good data analysis. The implications are important. The implications are what the reader is going to get out of your paper. So take the trouble to make sure that is fully explained in your paper. And that often is not adequately explained.
Okay, so it is the last slide, and then if there is any room for people to ask questions. If you look at it, I told you that these two journals, Social Responsibility Journal and Technological Sustainability, they are both published by Emerald. And if you look at the website of Emerald for these two journals, you will see that in the place which is about the journal, in the place it is written owned by, or the owner, it is Social Responsibility Research Network, SRNet. So this is an international community that David started this more than 2 decades ago after he chaired the very first conference in social responsibility, and as he mentioned, at that time he didn't even think about starting a series of conferences, but it was really the first. That is what he called it, the first conference on corporate social responsibility. But now the conferences have appeared in many parts of the world, and for example in 2024 we were in Ecuador, then we were in Egypt, and then in 2025 we are going to Brazil, etc. It goes ahead, and in 2026 we will be in Romania, so we have been everywhere. And also we publish journals, so another thing that we do is we publish in books. So at the moment we have 2 established book series. One is with Emerald, the other one is with Springer. And the good point about publishing in books is that, as Professor David mentioned, when you want to submit your paper to the journal, you should be very careful about your word count. Whereas in books, we give more rooms for people to develop their ideas. So something around 8,000 to 12,000, or it can be even more, a little bit more than that. So it's about the book chapters. And then these are also both the book series here are Scopus and Web of Science Index. So I finish here. And if you want to be a member of the network, then it is free. Everybody can join. The only thing is that you go to the website SRNet and see what is required. Send your information to us, then you will be a member. Thank you.
Yes, the network is different to there are many of these interest groups around the place. The difference with this one is it's completely open. It's open to anybody. Most members are academics. There are quite a lot of students there, but there are also government officials, there are NGO officers, there are business managers, there's even a few politicians that are members of. It's open to everybody, and all you have to do is, as Charlotte said, go to the network and provide us some very simple details, which basically is your name and your contact details. And then you get to hear about all kinds of activities happening in the area. Worth thinking about. Okay, so that's what we wanted to say for our presentation. So now we will answer any questions anybody might have or any observations anybody might have.
Thank you, Professor Crowther and Ms. Yafi, for such valuable information. If you allow, we can take few questions from our students who are from undergrad studies. They are doing their undergrad studies. Plus, we do have research students at postgraduate level and PhD students. So we can take few questions from them if they have certain queries from you both. So let's begin.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shaila Sefi and Dr. David Crowther, for explaining so well the publication process in your prospective journals. I liked your statement that do what is best for you, that boosted my confidence being researcher. So my question is that you told that the high quality journals are normally non-paid journals. But my experience in many cases was vice versa. I paid for high quality journals too in the field of accounting and finance. So my question is, are you taking some initiatives in future for facilitating the researchers who need fast track publications but in high quality journals? Thank you.
Shall I say something before you, David?
Yeah.
Even now, if you look at the website of the Emerald publishers, if you want to submit your paper to the journal.id, which is quite free, you have also an option to have it as open access, which means that you have to pay. So this option is also available. This is what I can say, so David.
Well, our journals and our books are open to anybody to submit. They go through the same review process or whatever. We don't make any difference in anybody. Everybody is free to submit. What shall I say? The number of people who need to publish to help their careers continues to increase. So it goes back to what I said early on, that if you can't find any way to publish, maybe what you're finding is a scope for another journal. So I started one, Charlotte started one, you start one. That's my advice.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Do we have any other question? Can I ask a question from you both? Like, for example, if you are having a journal with a title, like if it's including a sustainability or corporate social responsibility, is it essential that we should include that keyword in our papers which we are submitting? Is it important, or we can come up with like certain other titles which may be in their scope but are not having those keywords which are like coming up in that journal? If you can elaborate that.
Yeah, certainly, I think I'll answer on both our behalf. So for our journals and our books, there are no keywords that you have to include. Obviously, if you're going to submit to Social Responsibility Journal, it would have to be about social responsibility in some way or other, but there's a huge range of things that fit in there, and there's no need to talk about social responsibility and such like. Equally, if you're going to submit to technological sustainability, your paper will be about technology and sustainability in some way or other, but you definitely don't need to include that in the title. In fact, have a look at some of the titles that I publish, which you cannot guess what the paper is about from reading title, but I think it makes them more interesting. So there's no requirements for keywords or anything like that, just the relevance of the topic.
Thank you for your answer. We do have few people who are online. If they have any questions, they can ask from the panel experts. Okay, I guess we don't have any question left. So thank you for your time, and we do appreciate like you gave us a valuable time. You will get your e-certificate from our university side, and we would like to welcome you physically someday if you can join us. Thank you for giving us time. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Our next session is very interesting, and it's about cybersecurity and digital marketing, protecting consumer data in the age of hyper-targeting. For that purpose, today we have Dr. Tahir Mumtaz with us. He is Assistant Professor of Marketing at the Department of Management Sciences, Comsat University, Islamabad. He holds PhD degree in Marketing from Business School of Sun Yat-sen University, People's Republic of China. He is a UNDP National Expert for Cross-Cutting Practices and an Adjunct Associate Professor at School of Business Study, University of Witwatersrand, South Africa. He was United Nations System Staff College Fellow in Big Data for Sustainable Development and Youth of Excellence Fellow in China Studies. He remained Senior Research Fellow at China Brand Center of Sun Yat-sen University for more than a decade. Please welcome Dr. Tahir Mumtaz Awan on stage. Thank you, sir.
Meanwhile, I'll say thank you to the organizers, thank you to the director UIMS, thank you to the colleagues. I really feel honored, blessed that I am standing here. My academic journey started almost 17 years ago, and from core of my heart, I would say that I feel happy that the generation which started 17 years ago as a student with me is now a PhD here. Dr. Zoya is sitting here. She was one of my students at that time. I was as a visiting fellow with visiting faculty at UIMS. Shuja Sahab, from Mr. Shuja to Dr. Shuja, from Mr. Zia to Dr. Zia. So, and I'm sorry, madams, I'm not mentioning your name because mujhe yaad nahi hai aapke naam. I'm sorry for that. But this journey seems very good. Challenging. मैं इसी इंतज़ार में था कि ये slide आ जाए क्योंकि लफ्ज़ ख़त्म हो गए थे. It's always difficult, and on the other side, it's good that you are listening the last person. Your teachers may have asked you to sit here till the end of the conference. बड़ी मुश्किल से वो जो यहाँ पे बैठना जो है ना बड़ा मुश्किल काम है मेरे ख्याल से, if I'm not wrong. क्योंकि कुछ लोग तो चले अपनी मर्जी से आए होंगे, कुछ लोगों की ऑफिशियल ड्यूटी है और कुछ लोगों को ज़बरदस्ती बिठाया गया, ऐसा ही है. ज़बरदस्ती ना बैठें उसकी वजह ये है कि these are the things which you are playing with. Before starting my topic, cybersecurity in digital marketing, protecting consumer data in the age of hyper-targeting, the reason I am in the field of marketing, that's why I've chosen this topic. The reason you people should take more interest, the reason you people should not be sitting by force is that we all, excluding Dr. Zoya, the other names that I have taken, we are the technology immigrants. And you people are the technology natives. You was born with the technology. So that is why whenever we are looking at the phones, we are playing with our phones, we play with two hands. And when you play, you are playing with one thumb only. That's the difference, which makes us and you differentiate from each other. Generation Y, Generation Z की हम बात करते हैं. Then again, if we go one step beyond, अगर मैं अपने parents की बात करूँ, आपके शायद grandparents, कुछ लोगों के grandparents, कुछ के parents की बात करें तो वो इस तरह से फ़ोन को इस्तेमाल करते हैं. So these are the differences, which clearly identifies, which easily identifies Generation Y, Generation Z, Generation X के लोगों को. So this discussion is for those who are Gen Z and Gen Y people, for us and for you people. Mainly in this cybersecurity in digital marketing, we see that this robust cybersecurity requires much more than great technology. We are always talking about internet. We are always talking about things that are happening around us, the data houses, the data warehouses, and other things. But again, technology is not the only thing. Technology is not one thing which is the cause of this cybersecurity, which is the reason of this cybersecurity, which is the reason of these attacks, which is the reason of these problems that are happening around the world in this digital world. So the average cost of a data breach, data leak हो गया. अब ये वो data leaks नहीं है जो हमारी खबरों में आ रहे होते हैं. Please उनको थोड़ा सा differentiate ज़रूर करेंगे जी. वो WikiLeaks हो गए और Dawn leaks हो गए. वो थोड़ी सी different चीज़ है. वो थोड़ा सा political side है. I'll not be talking about it. I hope no foreigner is sitting, क्योंकि मैं थोड़ा सा mix बोल रहा हूँ. उर्दू भी थोड़ी सी इस्तेमाल कर रहा हूँ. If you don't understand me, if you don't understand Urdu, please do let me know. So this has a greater cost. This has been, I'm not saying it, this is what IBM is saying. So we have to see that whenever we are identifying a problem, whenever we are identifying a data breach and we are trying to rectify it, it needs 194 days. It needs around half a year to make that thing correct, make that thing come back to the normal position. We teach in management sciences, we teach in business, there is one contingency plan. So here also the contingency plan fails. We don't have contingencies whenever there is a data breach. And as I said, that it is not always the technology, it is not always the computer, not always the internet. It is us, humans. We are one of those who are having 68% of data breach, which are the reasons of these 68% data breaches only in this year, 2024. Abhi hum saal complete nahi kar paye. And 88% of cybersecurity breaches are caused by human error. That is what Stanford has said. So technology रह गई पीछे 12%. उस 12% में हम बहुत ज़्यादा परेशान हो रहे हैं, but mainly it is human error. Mainly it is because someone insider is giving the access, giving the information to others. Sometimes it's the cookies that we are clicking without any thinking. Website आई उस पर लिखा हुआ accept all cookies, हमने click कर दिया. And we don't know what we are doing. We don't know why we are clicking those cookies. We don't have an idea why what these cookies are used for, why we are using it. And we are having a lot of emails in our junk folder. How those emails are appearing, how I am having unsubscribing an email service, and even then I'm getting 10 new emails from the same service the next day. So we are not thinking whenever we are clicking those buttons. Cybersecurity, it will see the adoption of a specialized language models. It is now changing, evolving. जैसे theory X और theory Y के followers, theory Z के followers हैं, या मैंने जो generation X, Y और Z की बात की उसके followers हैं. Similarly, इसी तरह cyber security is improving. Cyber security is using new models, new technologies, new languages, which you might not understand, computers might not understand, and they get access of our machines. Most of us, I mean, this example has already gone too old. I don't want to repeat it, but still, for your understanding, just go and talk with your friend about anything, and then open your Facebook. Without clicking your phone, without touching your phone, talk with your friend about, let's say, real estate market, about selling a house, buying a house, and then open your Facebook. You'll get, the first advertisement you'll get is from maybe maybe Zameen.com. And they'll offer you a 5 marla house or 10 marla house, or a farmhouse is on sale. So this is what is happening with us. This is what we are facing these days, and we need to understand it. These landscape of cyber threats, these cyber threats are not for US, for Russia, for Ukraine war, for China, for other countries. This is also for Pakistan, and even there are many cases that has happened in Pakistan also. There is a long list which you can see. Just write down cyber security attacks, cyber threats, cyber problems, cyber issues in Pakistan, and you'll find a long list. So we need to have a proper mechanism to counter these methods, to counter these deepfakes, to counter these campaigns, phishing campaigns, or others. New regulations, sometimes we always have it in mind, or sometimes we always think of, we are living in a world, we are living in a country where there are no regulations, where there is no such rule applicable or rule being made to be applicable on such things. But the story is altogether different. We do have less, but still we have some good laws, some good rules. I'll show you a slide. I'll not discuss about those laws, but I'll show you a few of the laws that are related to it. But this is one of the markets. That is why your universities, they are having good cybersecurity programs, good data sciences program, artificial intelligence programs. I'm sure Arid Agriculture University must be having one also. But these programs, they are facing shortages because people are needed. Cybersecurity experts are needed all over the world. Say that there is 26.2% growth of the cyber skills shortage. Means more people are needed in this cybersecurity. Now, a little bit about the second word that was in my subtitle, hypermarketing. So the next evolution in marketing isn't even marketing, because earlier we were given an option, we were given a product, or if we go back to the marketing, principles of marketing, those who are management sciences students, principles of marketing, chapter number 1, marketing management orientations. We have 5 different concepts. So we are far beyond that societal management concept that was taught as the highest one, taught as the top one in that. The next revolution that we are facing is value driven. And we are talking about a new wave technology. We have already done product centric marketing, that is marketing 1.0, and it is gone, it is finished. We have already done customer oriented. Customerization was concerned in it, marketing 2.0, and now we are doing value driven. Now we are talking about marketing 3.0. Hyper targeting is again what we are, just a small example that I've shared with you about Facebook. Hyper targeting is the same thing. It delivers more and better customers. You are thinking about something and that comes in front of you, that comes in on your machines. This is the best way. I mean, why should I work hard? Why should I work more for targeting my customers? But on the back end, what companies are doing, how Facebook is selling the data, how other companies are selling the data, how those companies are buying the data, and how they are targeting you. That is the question. That is what we have to understand. So for too long, the best way to grow was ensuring you were ready for people who need your product or service. But now you need to be ready for this new wave that I just talked about. Traditional marketing and hyper marketing are just smaller comparison. This is the least what I can do in terms of comparison. It is cost effective, it is targeted, and it is measurable as compared to the traditional marketing that is expensive. If you have to buy some airtime on television, if you have to play your advertisement on radio, it costs a lot. But if you have to run your ad on WhatsApp, it costs you about, I guess, if I'm not wrong, 82 rupees per day. And anybody can have the advertisement, WhatsApp advertisement on whatever he or she is thinking the next day. Personalization and hyper-targeting, so it talks about making you happy. It talks about satisfaction. It talks about the delight that is being given to you by the product or the service or being provided by the company. A complex thing, but it is very easy to understand if you just see these three pillars. A, B, and C are the pillars. So the first one is content development. You talk about marketing operations that enable digital property value creation. So first one is the content creation and delivery. Second one is the cookie management. This is what I just talked about. So some permissions need to be given. Some permission needs to be provided to the computers. That is why when we started understanding these cookie management thing, websites have done another episode of drama with us, and that is, should I allow only needed or should I allow all the cookies? So what is behind all those needed and all of those that are without any discrimination, you pass on all of them? This is in the second phase. Then is again remarketing. The C, third pillar is outbound communications. How do you communicate with the others? How do you communicate with external world through your consumer data? Now, coming on the 1, 2, 3, and 4, this is the most difficult slide that I have. So please bear with it for a few more seconds. The first one is where and how digital assets or properties should be created and maintained. Your warehousing. आपने डेटा रखना कहाँ पे, आपने डेटा सेव कहाँ पे करना है, क्लाउड पे करना है, और क्लाउड की एक्सेस किसी और के पास भी है या नहीं है? गूगल के पास तो है ना, गूगल ने आपको क्लाउड दिया हुआ है, लेकिन हम बड़े मज़े से अपनी सारी फाइल्स भी वहाँ पे रखते हैं, पिक्चर्स भी वहाँ पे रखते हैं, फैमिली की वीडियोस भी वहाँ पे रखी हुई होती हैं, and we feel we are safe because they use another technique that is called, the data is encrypted, no one can open else than you. But those who are encrypting, providing you the encryption services, they must be doing something with that data as well. Technical capabilities is the second thing. Infrastructure and data, technical architecture is another word which we say for it. The architecture is basically the hardware, the machines you are using, the mobile phone you are using, the technology you are using, the softwares you are using, they come in the technical capabilities. The third one is global versus local policies. How, if you have to open Facebook in Pakistan or you have to ban Twitter in Pakistan, what are those policies, what are those laws, rules, regulations that need to be followed? The fourth one is the organizational design. How your organization, still in some cases, maybe I'm wrong, but the banking sector still not allows the websites, the social media websites on their computers. And the biggest reason is the data. Biggest reason is the banking data that is available on those computers, the softwares that are available on those computers. So this is one of the policy that they are using to make it more easier to understand. There are many types. Else than this, there are many others which you can find on internet. I have just listed few of the types of cybersecurity which are needed, which are required in our digital world. So some top cybersecurity trends before I finish. This might be the second last slide, so I'll not be taking much of your time. And I think You've already had enough sitting all day. So generative AI is one of those things which definitely you people understand more than the Generation X people, and you are working with it. Chat GPT से assignments बनाते हैं आप. Gen AI की थोड़ी सी आप कह लें बहुत ही bottom line examples हैं, but still Chat GPT है. उसके अलावा और बहुत से सॉफ्टवेयर्स ऐसे आ गए हैं. फिर आपके पास कुछ गेम्स ऐसी हैं जिन गेम्स से आप अपने कार्टूनाइज करते हैं अपने पिक्चर्स को, and so on. So these all kind of technologies that are used behind it, they need to see, or we need to consider about these top trends, the top cybersecurity trends about in 2024. Generative AI, this is the short-term skepticism, long-term hope that we are having from this trend. Then the second one is the cybersecurity outcome. We have driven matrices, bridging the boardroom communication gap. I have another small statistic about this boardroom also. Security behavior and the culture program that gain in increasing traction to reduce the human risks. We have to understand that humans are proven as one of the biggest source or one of the biggest problem in this digital world as well. Resilience-driven, resource-efficient, third-party cybersecurity risk management. We are outsourcing our cybersecurity programs to someone else. How trustworthy that person is, how trustworthy that company is. Then the continuous threat exposure management programs, it gained momentum also. Sometimes when you are again trying to be very much careful about all those threats, all those outside world threats, sometimes you are being more careful, you get more attracted to those problems because you are putting the blocks at every point, and sometimes those blocks are a sign of the potential source where they can hit also. Extending the role of identity and access management to improve cybersecurity outcomes. This is the last trend, top cybersecurity trend in 2024. You have to improve, or you have to give the role and identity access management, how people should control the back end, how the front end should be controlled. So 3 things, take action to prevent these breaches. Number 1 is know your information landscape. You should understand that how important your information is, how that information should be secured, or how this information should be provided a better security. 40% of the data breaches involve data stored across multiple environments. It is stored on computer, it is stored on hard disk, it is stored on cloud, and it is stored on maybe network as well. So these are just the layman examples which I am giving. Otherwise, if you talk about the digital world, the examples might get more complicated. And the average breach cost is about US $5.17 million. This is again not an individual cost, but again we are talking about organizational level. Second thing is strengthen prevention strategies with AI and automation. We need to understand that artificial intelligence automation is something which we have to accept. We have already accepted, but still we need some more seriousness toward it. So organizations who are applying, who are using artificial intelligence, they are saving an average of $2.2 million over those organizations that are not deploying these technologies. Third and the last one is take a security first approach to Gen AI adoption. You have to see what security measures are needed if you are going towards artificial intelligence, if you are using that artificial intelligence in your organizations. So organizations who are quickly moving ahead with AI, only 24% of them are secured, or they can call themselves secured. These are the laws that I was talking about. I'm not going into the detail of each and every law, but some international laws and some laws that are relevant to Pakistan are in these slides. You can have a look on these. Thank you very much. I can answer any question if I'm allowed by the organizers. Otherwise, thank you very much for bearing me for this last session. And have a good day, and welcome to come back tomorrow again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, as a token of appreciation, I would like to invite Director UIMS, Professor Dr. Ikram Ali Malik, to please come on stage and give a souvenir to Dr. Tahir Mumtaz as for joining us today. Please, sir. Thank you so much, sir. As we continue to advance in the field of digital marketing and cybersecurity, it is critical that we take forward these lessons and integrate them into our practices. Thank you so much, Dr. Awan, for sharing your knowledge and shedding light on this critical topic. Now, for the last session, we have with us Dr. Umar Khalid. He is an expert in international organization development. He holds a PhD from IIU Malaysia and has extensive experience working on critical projects that impact regional trade and development. Dr. Bhatti serves as a technical team lead at Pakistan Land Port Authority and leads project management unit for integrated transit trade management system. He also plays a key role in Central Asia Regional Economic Cooperation Project, which aims to improve regional border services. Please welcome Dr. Umar Khalid Bhatti.
Oh, no slides. Thank you very much.
Yes, go ahead.
It's perfectly fine.
It's fine?
It's perfectly fine. It's not.
Thank you, sir. Please.
Dr. Wan, thank you very much. मेरा ख्याल है slides और lengthy discussions, you made it very clear. आपने उसको cut short कर दिया, मेरे लिए आसान नहीं हो गई. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, respected colleagues, thank you very much for inviting me here today on this August occasion. मैं ज़्यादा लंबी बात नहीं करूँगा. I am going to keep it very short and very crisp. I think enough has been said. आप लोग काफ़ी चीज़ें सुबह से सुन भी रहे हैं, observe भी कर रहे हैं, देख भी रहे हैं. थोड़ा सा introduction मेरा ये है कि I'm currently working with the Asian Development Bank, but apart from that, I am an academician. Luckily, unluckily, I think I would rather say I've been a little bit more involved with consulting for quite some time. Just to make things a little simpler, since the title and the theme of your conference, it's very relevant, and on top of that, it's something which is need of time. So I'm very excited because looking at the theme, as it says, breaking boundaries, digital transformation, and innovative management science practices, the first question that I think should come under consideration, and especially in the minds of young, bright brains that are sitting here, is कि जितना कुछ हम आपको पढ़ा रहे हैं, बता रहे हैं, बोल रहे हैं, क्या वाकई उसकी कोई practical implication भी है? क्या हम उसको implement भी कर रहे हैं कि नहीं? और एक बड़ा common सवाल है जो कि I think over the span of last 15 years, I've been trying to address not only in Pakistan but wherever I am. Or currently being in Turkey for the last 5-6 years, I ensure that students should get this understanding that how these theories and on the other hand these case studies that we make you go through, especially in a business school, how you can learn from them and then can implement them by the time you're there in the real world. So as I said, luckily or unluckily, I have the privilege of seeing how these theories are implemented and how they can be implemented. तो सबसे ज़्यादा मज़ा इस चीज़ में आता है कि जो चीज़ आपने पढ़ी हुई है, जो आपने सीखी है, देखी है, और उसको आप किस तरीके से इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं और उसके रिजल्ट्स आपको फिर आगे फर्दर क्या और एरियाज़ और एवेन्यूज़ आपके लिए खोल रहे हैं फॉर फर्दर इम्प्रूवमेंट और इवन फॉर फर्दर रिसर्च. डॉक्टर अवान ने एक बड़ी अच्छी बात की, एंड आई रियली वांट टू स्टार्ट फ्रॉम द सेम कॉन्टेक्स्ट, एंड दैट वाज के वी आर लिविंग इन द 4th इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन. And this is exactly what the founder of the World Economic Forum, Mr. Klaus Schwab, basically always quote. And in this 4th industrial revolution, the entire focus right now for us is towards really looking at, breaking these boundaries of digital transformation that is happening. But apart from that, also clubbing the innovation management practices through which we can make our organizations more agile, more open towards change that we are living in. Currently, the project that I'm working on is basically a part of the Central Asian Region Economic Cooperation. The time I was hired by the ADB, the main target and the main objective that was given to us as a group of consultants was to ensure that the organization that you develop, it needs to be a modern organization that could basically accommodate all this agility that is there. And on top of that, since a lot of people are from finance sitting over here, it needs to be self-sustainable. So these were the key two objectives that were set very clearly by the client. ये मैं क्यों आपसे डिस्कस कर रहा हूँ? मैं सिर्फ इसलिए कर रहा हूँ कि देखें, जो थीम है आपकी, जिस लिए आज आप सारे इकट्ठे हुए हैं और जिसके ऊपर हम सब इस वक्त बैठ के आपके साथ चीज़ें डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, सिर्फ आपको बताने का मकसद ये है कि जो कुछ आप पढ़ रहे हैं, जो कुछ इस वक्त आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन या लेक्चर्स दिए जा रहे हैं, वो इसीलिए दिए जा रहे हैं कि कल आप जब जाएं तो आप इन चीज़ों को अप्लाई कर सकें. अब इस पूरे प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर जनरली, मतलब आई वर्क विद PwC, EY, even some other projects of United Nations Development Program, तो होता ये है कि बड़ा कम मौका आपको मिल रहा होता है जहाँ पे आप research based और evidence based काम करके किसी चीज़ को implement करें. And since this project is such that it is more of a role model for the entire CAREC regions, मैं जब CAREC की बात कर रहा हूँ तो it is Central Asian Region Economic Cooperation. आप लोग just have a look at it. There are 11 countries, including Georgia. Pakistan is a signatory to it. And we're trying to ensure that all these landlocked countries, they basically come together and they can utilize Pakistan's strategic position in a way where trade can take place. और इसमें transit trade भी है, imports, exports, everything. So इस पूरे context के अंदर आप एक ऐसी organization बनाएं जिसकी basis पे आप अपनी trade को, अपनी बॉर्डर लैंड पोर्ट्स को और अपनी ड्राई पोर्ट्स को फर्दर इम्प्रूव कर सकें इन अ वे कि ना सिर्फ उनकी पोर्ट एफिशिएंसी बढ़े, बट उनके साथ ही साथ आपकी जो ओवरऑल इंटर एजेंसी कोऑर्डिनेशंस हैं आप उनको इम्प्रूव करके आप ड्वेल टाइम काम करें. ड्वेल टाइम क्या होता है? वैसे ही सिर्फ आपको बता रहा हूँ कि जो टाइम आपको लग रहा है एक ट्रक को अंदर आने से लेके बाहर जाने तक. अब इस पूरे प्रोसेस के अंदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल स्ट्रक्चर तो सिर्फ एक चीज़ होगी, लेकिन इस पूरे प्रोसेस के अंदर जो रोल है इस वक्त डिजिटलाइजेशन का और टेक्नोलॉजी का, आई कैन अश्योर यू कि वो इस वक्त वही है और उसी मॉडल्स के ऊपर है जिस तरह के इस वक्त आपको बाहर डेवलप्ड वर्ल्ड के अंदर मिलता है. डॉक्टर अवान साहब ने एक बात की थी क्लाउड्स की. एक बहुत बड़ा एक चैलेंज होता है स्पेशली एक हमारे जैसे मुल्क का, कि जिसके अंदर आपको पता है कि हमारे सिक्योरिटी पैरामीटर्स इस तरह के हैं कि आपको बहुत सारी चीज़ों से रिस्ट्रिक्शंस के अंदर आप ब्लॉक होते हैं. अब इन केसेस के ऊपर अगर आप कहते हैं कि मैंने डेटा सेंटर्स बनाने हैं और वो डेटा सेंटर्स जिनकी बेसिस के ऊपर मैं अपने ना सिर्फ कह लें कि डेटा को सिक्योर कर सकूं, बस उस डेटा से मैं ये भी सीख सकूं कि आगे मैंने फर्दर क्या चीज़ों के ऊपर काम करना और कैसे उसको यूटिलाइज़ करके इम्प्लीमेंट करना है, तो ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है एक हमारे जैसे मुल्क के लिए जिसके पास बड़ी लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज हैं. तो ये सारी चीज़ें जो हैं ये इस पूरे प्रोसेस के अंदर जब आप देखें और जिससे हम गुजर रहे हैं, और इस वक्त जब होपफुली इंशाल्लाह बाय नेक्स्ट ईयर 2025 जनवरी में जब ये सब चीज़ें ऑपरेशनल होंगी, तो आप देखेंगे कि जो आपकी इस वक्त जो थीम है कि जी ब्रेकिंग बाउंड्रीज थ्रू डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन एंड इनोवेटिव मैनेजमेंट प्रैक्टिसेस, we will be in a position as a country, as a Pakistan, where we can showcase not only the CAREC region but also the developing countries that this is how we, with our limited resources and all the challenges that are around us, we can actually give results that can really be of great benefit. So, sirf to sum up and to bring you guys all together on one single point is कि इशू इस वक्त हमारे पास ये है कि जो आपकी डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है, जिस तरह अभी मेरे से पहले भी डॉक्टर साहब बात कर रहे थे کہ it's not simply about integrating new technologies. کہ آپ نے کہا کہ جی آرٹیفیشل انٹیلیجنس آ گیا, مشین لرننگ آ گئی, بس آپ نے اس کو انٹیگریٹ کیا, کام ہو گیا. اٹ ڈزنٹ بیسکلی گو دیٹ سائڈ, اٹس بیانڈ دیٹ. اور اسی وجہ سے آج آتے ہوئے میں کچھ چیزوں کو ویسے گو تھرو کر رہا تھا, تو آئی ریئلی فاؤنڈ دس ویری انٹرسٹنگ کوٹ بائی اے لاٹ آف گروز ان دا فیلڈ وچ یو مائٹ ناٹ بی نوئنگ, جس طرح ویسٹمن, بونٹ, میکافے. I mean, they all argue that it requires rethinking organizational structures and processes to leverage technology for strategic advantage. That's the basic catch that eventually we need to focus on and what is required in the practical world. So as I said, 4:15 ہو رہے ہیں, کافی ٹائم ہو گیا, آپ صبح سے بہت ساری باتیں سن رہے ہیں اور اس میں بہت ساری چیزیں آپ سے ڈسکس بھی ہوئی ہیں. تو میں صرف آپ سے یہ کہوں گا کہ دیکھیں, بہت ساری چیزیں نہیں ہیں, بہت ساری چیزیں ایسی ہوتی ہیں کہ جس کے اندر آپ کو دیکھنے کا اور سیکھنے کا موقع ملتا ہے. پاکستان از ون کنٹری اینڈ آئی کین اشور یو آفٹر traveling and seeing almost like 21 to 22 different other countries, okay, there's a lot of potential, there's a lot of room, and there's a lot of playground available for us, provided that if we think clearly. اپرچونیٹیز آپ نے خود بنانی ہوتی ہیں. آئی ایم ناٹ اے مارکیٹنگ ایکسپرٹ, لیکن جو میں نے تھوڑی بہت مارکیٹنگ پڑھی ہے اور جو ابھی ڈاکٹر اوان صاحب نے بھی انڈائریکٹلی بٹوین دا لائنس جو بات کی وہ یہی تھی کہ یو شوڈ بی نوئنگ ایگزیکٹلی ویئر ٹو ہیڈ. تو میں صرف آپ سے یہ کہوں گا کہ بہت ساری چیزیں سیکھنے کا موقع ملتا ہے, بہت ساری چیزیں ہم خود بھی سیکھ رہے ہوتے ہیں. مطلب میں پڑھاتا بھی ہوں اور کام بھی کر رہا ہوں, لیکن مجھے جتنا مزہ اس دفعہ یہ پچھلے 4-5 سال میں آیا ہائبرڈ گورننس اسٹرکچرس کے اوپر, اور جتنا میں نے اس پہ سیکھا ہے, آئی تھنک اٹ وڈ ہیو ناٹ بین پاسبل پرووائڈیڈ اف پاکستان واز ناٹ ورکنگ آن سچ ماڈلس, اف کنٹریز لائک آذربائیجان اور ازبکستان ور ناٹ فالوئنگ آر ایگزامپل. تو بہت سارا کچھ خراب بھی ہو رہا ہوتا ہے, بہت ساری چیزیں ہمیں نیگیٹو بھی نظر آ رہی ہوتی ہیں جو کہ ہم سارا وقت دیکھ رہے ہوتے ہیں, لیکن اس ساری نیگیٹیوٹی اور اس سارے کہہ لینا کہ ایشوز کے اندر بہت ساری ایسی چیزیں بھی ہو رہی ہیں جن کے اوپر بات کرنا بھی ضروری ہے اور جن سے آپ بہت کچھ سیکھ بھی سکتے ہیں. اسی طرح ہم بات کرتے ہیں ٹیکنالوجی کے اوپر, اور جس طرح بھی میں نے تھوڑی دیر پہلے بھی آپ سے کہا کہ ہم کلاؤڈ پہ کہتے ہیں کہ جی کلاؤڈ از ویری کاسٹ سیونگ ایٹسیٹرا, یہ کر لیں وہ کر لیں, ساری چیزیں ہوں گی. لیکن ایک بات جو ڈاکٹر صاحب نے بڑی پتے کی وہ کی کہ وہ ڈیٹا جا کس کے پاس رہا ہے, وہ ہے کس کے پاس, وہ تو گوگل کے پاس ہی ہے. تو میں ایز اے نیشن اسٹیٹ اور ایز اے کنٹری میں کیسے افورڈ کر سکتا ہوں کہ میرا ڈیٹا جو ہے اس طرح بالکل کہہ لینا کسی اور کے کنٹرول میں ہو جائے. اور آگے آنے والے دنوں میں یہ میری اپنی پریڈکشن ہے, میں غلط بھی ہو سکتا ہوں, آئی کوڈ بی رانگ, بٹ سینگ آل واٹ از ہیپننگ اراؤنڈ اس, آئی ڈاؤٹ دیٹ وی مائٹ کم اپ ود ادر آپشنس, ادر کہہ لیں سلوشنس, جسٹ بائی not relying on one single source, but rather having multiple sources, and countries might develop their own resources where they can have their secure data, because the entire focus, کہتے ہیں نا کہ میں آسان لفظوں میں آسان بھاشا میں اگر آپ سے کہوں تو وہ یہ کہ ساری کہانی اس وقت ڈیٹا کی چل رہی ہے, جس کے پاس ڈیٹا ہے اسی نے ہی آگے نکلنا ہے. ہم یہی سن رہے ہیں اور یہی دیکھ رہے ہیں. تو میں کس طریقے سے اپنا پورے کا پورا ڈیٹا اٹھا کے کسی کے ہاتھ میں دے دوں تاکہ کل کو وہ یوز کر لے جس طرح بھی وہ چاہے اور میں نہ کر سکوں. ڈاکٹر صاحب نے کوکیز کی بات کی, اسی طرح بہت ساری اور چیزیں جو ہم سے پہلے بھی ڈسکس ہوئی تھیں. تو میں صرف اس کو اس طرح سے کنکلوڈ کرنا چاہوں گا کہ دیکھیں, دی illiterate of the 20th century will not be those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn and relearn. یہ سمجھنے کی بات ہے, اس کے اوپر فوکس کریں اور دیکھیں کہ آپ کیا کر سکتے ہیں. اینڈ ایز آئی سیڈ, کیونکہ صبح سے آپ لوگوں کی چیزیں چل رہی ہیں, تو تھینک یو فار بیئرنگ می اینڈ لسننگ ٹو می. آئی ایم ویری مچ اویلیبل فار اینی فردر ڈسکشنز اور کویشچن آنسرز. اب یہ ہے کہ مجھے نہیں پتا آپ میں کتنی ہمت ہے کویشچن آنسرز کی, لیکن اگر نہیں ہے کوئی مسئلہ نہیں ہے, وی آر آلویز ویری اویلیبل. Dr. Shuja Saab, very kind of you. Dr. Zia Saab, again, very kind of you. Thank you very much for inviting. I'm sorry I wanted to come a little early, but because of the commitments that we had in the morning, I was unable to be here in the first half. So accept my due apologies. And on the other hand, again, it's a privilege of being here at UIMS I think the last time when I came, it was back in 2016. So thank you very much for having me. If there are any things or any queries, feel free to, contact us, me, by LinkedIn or etc. But thank you very much. Thank you.
As a token of appreciation, I would now like to invite Dr. Bushra Zulfikar to please come on stage and present souvenir to Dr. Umar Bhatti. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. We are very grateful for your time and efforts. Before closing the event, I would like to introduce our media partners, that is Vision Production. We have Mr. Ashar Tariq with us. He is a student of 5 years and of 10 years of age. He is the CEO of Vision Production and the youngest Pakistani entrepreneur. He is also teaching graphic designing. He needs your appreciation. Ashar, can you please come on stage? And please tell us about your Vision Production. It's working.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, कैसे हैं आप सब? I am the CEO of Vision Production and Vision Skills Learning System. हम लोग डिफरेंट इवेंट्स की कवरेजेस करते हैं, लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग, वीडियोग्राफी, फोटोग्राफी, मीडिया मैनेजमेंट एंड डिजिटल साउंड सिस्टम. और हम लोग कोर्सेज भी कराते हैं. और हम लोग विजन प्रोडक्शन के विजन को लेके चल रहे हैं, जो कि मेरे फादर ने बनाया है. हम लोग पाकिस्तान के लिए कुछ करना चाहते हैं, पाकिस्तान के बच्चों के लिए, ताकि जिस एज से हम लोग सीखते हैं वो एज 5 to 10 years होती है, उसके बाद नहीं इतना टाइम होता. 5 to 10 years में मैंने सीखा है, तो आप सब लोग भी सीख सकते हैं. पाकिस्तान की तरक्की के लिए हम लोग ये काम कर रहे हैं. और हमने एक स्लोगन भी रखा है, मैं बदलूंगा तो पाकिस्तान बदलेगा. आप सब लोग मेरे साथ मिलके इस स्लोगन को पढ़ेंगे. मैं बोलूँगा मैं बदलूंगा, तो आप सब बोलेंगे पाकिस्तान बदलेगा. मैं बदलूंगा, मैं बदलूंगा, मैं बदलूंगा, पाकिस्तान. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ashar. To appreciate on young generation, I would like to invite Dr. Bushra Zulfikar to please present certificate to Ashar. Please. Doctor, inshallah. Ashar, please come on stage. Sir Zia, please take picture. Thank you so much, ma'am. As we come to the closing of day 1, I want to thank each of you for your active participation and insightful contribution. Tomorrow, we continue this conversation at the same place where more groundbreaking topics will be explored. More research gurus will join us, and it will be a great opportunity for us to learn and grow. Thank you so much for being here. We look forward to see you tomorrow. Thank you so much, everyone.